We have some news. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good Tuesday. It is Wednesday, apparently. I think that's the day of the day. The date of the day, the type of day of the day. God damn. I am tired already. It's crazy. We have some news. We have some things that apparently are not working. It seems. I hate this. I hate this. OBS is being a pain in the ass. So apparently the background is not working, the chat is not working. Good job. Let me see if I can just, do that. I have so much doubts when it comes to this. Yeah, it's still not. God damn. Still not working. Oh my god. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's just like making sure that everything is clean and there. Let me just do that while we wait that some things are gonna happen. We have some news regarding the client work, which is pretty good. We have some news regarding my phone collection based on the title today, which is pretty good as well. But it's also not so good for my bank account. And as mentioned, I have just added 75 new fonts to everything. Why is this not? I don't understand why this thing is not actually working. It's the background. I'm trying to fix the background thing, and right now it apparently isn't connecting, as if something in the connection layer was not recognized. As you can see in the bottom right corner, we have a bit of a connection error thingy, which means that the chat is also not working, which I don't like, obviously. Let me do that again. Let me do that again. Maybe that's the way to do it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I think the access token has been revoked, and therefore I need to create a new one. That's basically what I think is the case. Other than that, once I have this set up, we can talk about the rest. What? Cool. That is logged in. Meaning, what else do I need to fix? Based on that knowledge, I guess maybe this, but I don't know. This is probably going to be the case. Yes, we have the confettis to fix. Where are they? Also, I am on the Mac at the moment. I guess, I mean, we could be there. You could be with me in fixing these things. Not because, it makes any difference, but you could be there. Doesn't really matter. I just have the things. I just have the things in there. So in my alerts, you have, oh yeah, no, you can't see that. That is true. That is true. You just go back there. That's the reason. I pressed the button, but because I'm in studio mode, it didn't switch the scene. It doesn't really matter. Stickers is probably gonna break as well, so I'm gonna change that. Update the URL for this, which I never know where they are, but they are right here. I think it's just like a matter of, again, access token being unupdated. which means that my drop game is probably also not working. Let's see. No, it's good. I'm not gonna make it. That's... I am gonna make it? Just by nothing. And then my cursor alerts, which are somewhere around here. I mean, it's crazy that I start the stream and that I'm landing first for once. That never happens, so we happy with that. Main alerts are good, drop games are good, the audio is fine, the cameras are fine, the screen capture is fine, everything is supposed to be good. So, you know, we are fine. Everything is working. I guess. I doubt it. I doubt it. Nonetheless, we have some good news regarding Hugo. Work on it regarding the fonts. I spent yesterday on a lot of font sites, and I downloaded 75 new fonts. And yeah, put it that in my collection, which is not good, but it's not bad either. The good thing is these fonts, most of them are trial fonts. So if you have never seen that, it's just like the ability for the font foundry or studio to provide you with all their fonts as a fully functional font system. And then if you like one of them, or if your clients like one of them, you can then just upgrade, buy a license, and be done with it. But in the meantime, I can have all the fonts that I want on my own. And for example, here, if I go into all the fonts that I have installed, we have a ton of new font spring additions, and all of them are really neat. So, you know, that's a nice system. I guess this thing is in need of a reload. How are you, Hugo? How's everything? How's the week going so far? It is Wednesday officially. So, you know, things needs to happen. Why did yesterday's font? Yeah, all of these. These are the new one. So all of that is new types, new very much Gothic thing. The main reason was Faro. Faro was one of the one I was interested in, and then they sent me like a lot of other variations of similar fonts. And we also have some of these, which are pretty fun as a rendering. It helps in some cases, you know, like that's the thing. Also, what do you mean I have 50 visits? It's been 50 streams exactly. We have this font, which is free, or was free, kinda, I don't know. And then this, which is pretty cool. These are some of the Y2K 2000-ish fonts related to, I guess, Walkmans and other website that I used to be on. And it's fun to work with them. It's fun to work with them. A lot of them are just eccentric fonts, handwritten fonts. I needed that, so you know, all of these are good, and I'm pretty happy with the result that we have. The client is uh, okay with some of the decision that I've made with the font choices, and we'll see if we can move on to something a bit better soon. But yeah, all of that, all of these new thing, it's crazy. I also needed like a ton of handwritten viable fonts for the Japanese stuff. And so we have all of that came in as well. So, you know, it's nice to have. Nonetheless, we have all of this, which is pretty good. We have the thing that I wanted to showcase last time, but couldn't because I had gone through all of my likes already. So now you can have a bit of a preview of how my personal like things is working. I think this is mostly for Yan, so I'm gonna see if he pops up on the stream today. I doubt it, but we never know. Simply, I have all of the likes from the previous day right here. I have 80 that are left from yesterday. And let's say I like this thing. If I press yes, it's gonna give me why am I saving this thing. I can have like the reason of why I am saving this branding thing on this tweet, and then I save and it goes and it saves that. And maybe I'm here and I don't really like that, and I can use the arrows on my keyboard to just say, well, I don't really mind this thing, and so I can go really fast in ensuring that everything is working. The good thing from me and from the way that I'm working, as always, is the fact that I have in memory everything and the reasons. For example, this one is an animated favicon. And right here, because this thing doesn't load videos, it only loads the thumbnails. You might not know exactly what it is, so it's kind of bad. But I do know, and therefore I'm like, you know what? I know why I'm saving this, so I can just save it, and I don't know, say a nice animation in there and save that and so on. That's basically a system. I will keep some of them in non uh non-saved or skipped so that Yan can see that. But that is where we are so far. So that's pretty cool. We have other news. Kinda the bug fix that I had put in place last time reintroduced the bug, so I removed that bug fix, and now the bug is not there anymore. So I don't know what was the bug in the first place. I have no clue. And I can't even show you what the bug was because it can't really be reproduced. It's something that apparently happens roughly at midnight, meaning that when I was opening my phone in the morning, this app would have crashed for no reason, with no logs, with nothing that tells me what happened. And when I saved the logs, it didn't show me anything. So, yeah, so we fixed the bug with Claude, and then that introduced a new bug. So I reverted everything, and now it's not crashing at night. So I am lost. I do not know. I have no clue of why this is happening, why it's not happening. Um, well, it's the rest of the app is working, which is the most important thing. Everything seems to be okay. I need to add new perfume to my collection to make sure that that latest fetch fix is working. But for now, we are stuck on this, which is fine. Not the best, but fine. And yeah, other than that, not much. I have a feeling either today is going to be a short stream or something else is going to happen. But yeah, we'll see. Also, this one is something that I've been looking at. Mike used to have a very specific website that has resurfaced based on some people tweets lately, and these articles and the blogs and everything that is in there will show you some kind of idea of creation from a long time ago. This is an article from 2009 which explains some of the things that if you've been here before, you have heard me say. All of these things, all of these concepts and behaviors are extremely interesting to me, and they are what I've been like trained with, I guess. So I will highly recommend you to check that out, and also for the sake of having that somewhere, in a place that is good. The Discord is a good place for that. To have this thing. There is a ton of things again in there. The last post is from 2012. So it's been 14 years since they last posted a blog post in there. And there is things in here that are good, things in here that are basically not as good. This is a great example of what I'm showcasing most of the times when we talk about like embossing and creating some convex and concave shapes. This is very much what is or was the Heinz ketchup bottle cap. And so you end up with the recreation of what I'm doing most of the times with that very simple system of having the drop shadows and inner shadows to create that effect. So this is really cool to see in the real life. Same thing as I said last time, you need to basically explore and discover the textures and the materials within the real world to basically have the right output. So, you know, it's pretty fun. Um, Goddamn, if I start reading all of these, it's gonna be crazy. There is so much things in there that is exactly what I've been trained with, and the reason why I am a designer now, I would say, um, is it's interesting. There's probably like a ton of images that are not posted anymore, and a ton of things that just like make sense. But yeah. Anyways. So this one is a pretty interesting resource. It's gonna be flagged as something that is not safe if you have like an ad blocker or a VPN thing on your computer. Like if you are like me and you have NordVPN, it's gonna tell you that this website is not safe because it is from, well, 2006 basically. So that's a thing that you don't want to see. Nonetheless, in the latest days, and I don't know if you have noticed that, if you have been on Twitter and Threads and other platform, these apps are popping off every single day. I'm seeing another person creating a new stickers type of app to
Vinyl
just
is now
like,
following.
you know, be there. And it's all the time a duplicate of one of the girl that created it about a year ago now and didn't post about it, and now everyone is duplicating her things. So yeah, I don't know. Vin, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. We appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. But yeah, like a ton of people. Loki is one of the most prominent one, I guess, lately, mainly because of the fact that he has the ability to just post and post and post and post and post all day. But there is like so many other things that are in there. I think I have like another one that is also like a sticker app that I have saved. That is crazy. Nonetheless, there is a ton more branding project on Twitter lately, and I don't really know if this is because of the latest ChatGPT image generation thing that we talked about last week, or if it is just because I'm interacting a lot more with branding content lately. I think it's both. But there is a ton more branding stuff that is popping on my feed that is not necessarily coming from the same people. Like Alex, we know them and we have seen their content before, but I have like a lot of other things that are coming in. Like this one is a branding project as well, but mostly the interaction is the thing that is interesting to them. So, small details, small stuff. Um, but yeah, a lot more branding lately, which is interesting for me, going back to what we had mentioned before of AI is going to replace a lot of designers, and it seems AI is not necessarily as good as it needs to be in order to create the branding for the apps and all the big brands that want to stand out. So maybe it's just a matter of time where the designers get rehired. Um, so that's something. And then we have, um, yeah, a lot of branding. I'm just impressed by the amount of branding that we are seeing. These are, we mentioned that before, but like this is very much the trend right now. The designers and the creators are not willing to go back to something that looks Generic, which was always the case, but right now, what doesn't look generic is creating something that looks organic and human made. This one is the most creative, I would say, because you go in and you have like an editor and the creations and the stickers and the whatever. But still, like a lot of designers right now are going into that direction. We have talked about a lot of them in the past, and we have a lot of them in here. If I go back to this one, for example, same thing, same concept, not really the creative side of things, but at least the unevenness of the whole thing is, interesting and good to see as a pattern. So this one is one of them that I'm seeing a ton of. And then the last one, let me see if I can find it. I know it's in my likes, but because I don't want to go through things in there. This is mostly like Korean for me, but that's, it happens. We have the video underneath, and then you have the stills above. This is very much the trend for 2026, 2027. If you are someone that is building apps, you are going to be pasteling everything. So most of your colors are going to be dull and pastels, and then the things that you want to emphasize are going to have a lot more vibrancy. So you can see this here. For example, the background is a subtle green, a subtle peach, and probably a dark blue in dark mode. And then for the other things, it's very much like pastel, pastel, pastel. But the important information is going to be bright, vibrant colors on top of said pastels. So that is to me, a very interesting design choices that we have avoided in the past. And it is kind of standing out, which I do like. However, as always, I don't know exactly how this is going to flood the market. This is like the fifth, eighth project that looks like this that I'm seeing. So there will be a bit of flooding, but most of the things right now are kind of either fully vibrant or fully dull and pastels like this. So, I mean, you can see this one. This one is very bright. So there is something to be said for that combination of pastel plus vibrance, which is interesting. But most people right now are going into the pastel colors because we used to be in the vibrancy last year, I guess. 4 months ago, 6 months ago, we were very much in the bright, vibrant overlays, gradients, and stuff. And to combat that, people are going back into the pastels. So there's the usual, we are just like cycling through things. And there have been some stuff that I'm like, yeah, we need this. But yeah, this one was interesting for me and probably for you as well for the creation of a logo. This is a bit of a Y2K logo, which is different, but you start with just the font and then you change something about the font, like the eyes, and then you change the kerning, you change the slanting with the cheer, you add some stroke, you add some capitalization, you add some icons and some other things to end up on the logo, which is pretty good because when you end up with this, it means that within your app, branding, whatever, you can simply use that font as a base and still have some other text that don't have all of the styling, but still match and fit the brand. Like right now, I'm building a logo that is mostly hand-drawn, in which case, creating and or finding a font that would be matching and appropriate to create stuff is going to be a lot more complex. And I am probably going to have to create a set of either letters or words by hand to match that branding, which is going to be a lot of pain in the ass. yeah. So I'm doing my best to make sure that the logo that I'm creating also contains some sort of a system font, something that can be reused and easy to capture and to use for the client, but also for myself for the whole thing. So yeah, there's also a lot more cats than it used to be. So that's the thing. I don't think I'm gonna find the thing in question that I'm talking about because that feels like it's out. Also, yes, that is 7-Eleven Japan creating a Philly steak, a Philly cheese steak um, sandwich, and I need to go back. I need to go back to Japan. I need to try it out. I need to try it out. I don't have a choice. I I don't have a choice. This thing that we implemented for Yorker, which is currently implemented in everything, is now reaching some of the apps. So having like a mask fade on the edges of your scroll views is something that I have put in place in a lot of places. Usually I'm doing this with blur, and right now they have done that with just a mask fade. But yeah, it's interesting that everyone is trying to do that. There has been this email client called Define that we used as a reference for Yolka that kind of talked about it at some point, and since then I'm seeing everyone doing the exact same thing, which is pretty fun for me because we've seen that before. But yeah, other than that, not much. Um, I mean, I kind of wanted to talk about this one. Just, just look at it. Just look at it. They say I have tried animating something quick. I don't know if they had never animated anything in their life and then did that, or if they just wanted something quickly. But I read that as this is kind of my first animation, and if that's the case, this is crazy. Um, but yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think they have a background in something that will make sense. Nonetheless, that's most of the thing that yeah, I'm not finding the thing in question. Most of this is the thing that we were talking about on Monday. So yeah, not necessarily the type of thing that I wanted to showcase. It doesn't really matter. Um, see, there is in the likes for today that I haven't fanned through yet. There is something that is related to what I wanted to talk about, but I can't really access it, which is kind of sad. Nonetheless, this is something that is similar to what Stony has done, and I do think that it is interesting and pretty good as a pattern. If you have the tokens, if you have the AI system that can do that for you, I would highly recommend you do that as well. Also, I noticed that this is also not working. But you basically have Claude create some sort of an interactive case study about the project that you have been building. And so right now they have done this, which is like Transit is one of their project. And based on the thing that they have worked on together, Claude generated an interactive case study so that users just have to come here, see the entirety of the interactive things based on what is the project, and you end up with something that just, makes sense and will work for everything, so that you can just showcase what you've been working on in an interactive way. So that's pretty interesting for me as a concept, as an idea. and as a presentation. So what Stony is doing is the shipping in the dark uh, kind of blog thingy, where every time something happens in the code base, there is a blog post that is written, or in every time there is something that is brain significant that is happening in the blog post. Brain. I guess this might work, but I doubt. I think I'm unsure now. I think the construction company downstairs just broke the entirety of the power line, because the entire uh, electric stuff just went down. So I don't know what happened. I don't think the stream is gonna survive long enough. I'm not gonna lie on this one. Based on what is currently happening, I have a very, strong feeling that this is not gonna survive. I heard a bang, and then I saw everything go down. So if that's the case, it's gonna be bad. Could this work? I doubt it. Maybe this is better and more stable. Anyways, if that's happening again, we're gonna end the stream very shortly. Nonetheless, what I was talking about right here, the shipping in the dark thing is for when there is, or when there are stuff in the code base that is happening. The assistants are doing some blog post for the code base and the changes in the thing. So that's really cool. Nonetheless, this is also a good idea, which I do think is something that needs to happen in most of the cases. So we do like it. And we'll see if that's a thing that I can implement on my end as well. I will. Most of the issues that I have is that these things are going to be very good when it comes to projects that are web-based. If you have a project that is not web-based, then you're gonna have some issues. But yeah, like that's a detail. Let's see if I can restart the PC. I have some doubts now. Lots of doubt. Lots of doubt. At least this is working so far. But yeah, not in a good way. Not in a good way. I need to wait on this. It's working. That's good. Give me 1 second. I need to check something. Everything seems to be broken. I'm not gonna lie. The internet connection seems to be broken. Downstairs seems to be broken as well. Not the best thing. Not the best thing. And downstairs they are like still breaking the floors and so on. So one day it will work and it will be good. But apparently that is not today. Apparently this is not the day for that. But yeah, nonetheless, this is really cool. It's a very cool concept, and I do think that we should all do this, me included. So, it might come in handy in the future, just creating some sub demos for your own portfolio and letting Claude taking care of it based on the knowledge that it had happened during the chat within the IDE is not a bad idea. So I think this is a pretty good option. I don't really know that this is something that I don't really know enough about. Um, what the the cursor chats are either saved on cursor servers or they are saved locally within the .cursor folder. Sometimes this .cursor folder is saved and accessible. If that's the case, then that means that I can have access to the chat history locally, kinda. And if that's the case, then it also means that I can extract things for the knowledge base. If that's not the case, then it's a server thing and it costs money and therefore it's kind of bad. But if it's the case, it's pretty cool to have some sort of you know, a repo that is local that gives you access to everything. So we'll see. We'll see if that's the thing. Other than that, we don't have much. So yeah. Stony, also hi. You sent a message at 2:01. It it didn't even show anywhere. It's crazy. None of the chat have been good. So hi Stony, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope everything is fine. Yeah, no, that I mean right now the break that we had was absolutely not from the Mac. This was just electric that went down. So kind of different system. Based on what I hear from outside, I have a feeling that this is not going to be a long stream. And when I'm saying not long, I mean probably like a 1 hour to 2 hours max. Because if the fact that they just like move something broke the entirety of the electric on this building, I have a lot of doubts. And the PC is just dead. This is crazy. This makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, any news on your end, Stony? Or absolutely not? This thing is not wanting to do anything, apparently. The whole system is just like not responding. The PC just shut itself down. And for some reason, it doesn't want to rebuild itself properly. Like I just restarted it, but it doesn't have any shit working, so that I don't know. I am a mess. A lot of things are happening in a way that is not good. So we'll see. Nonetheless, Dapshi, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? Mine is not going great, apparently. Yeah, all of that is the thing that we have talked about last time, which is pretty cute, but that's about it. And we will keep the cats always, forever. If available, the cats are gonna be there. I think I apparently also need to get the active chatters bubbles to be updated because this is not working. Now that's working. God damn. This stream today has been all over the place since the beginning. It is pissing me off already. We had none of the overlay working. We had an electrical cut from the construction work happening downstairs. God damn. I hate it. I hate it, but we have some nice cats, so, you know, I'm gonna keep that as a win. Did you do some of the changes that I recommended um, on the landing page and shit already? I doubt it. I doubt. I doubt it. Yep. On the mobile version of the landing page, I don't think we have seen the mobile version. Hmm. 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 I see. I see. You removed the chip right there, and now it's converting people? That's crazy. That is crazy. Um, the only thing that I see is that you changed this. It used to be black on Monday, and now it's that gradient. And then the get early access is also that gradient. I don't think this is a good idea. Um, because that is very much the Instagram gradient. And so it kind of feels like you are asking me to go to Instagram based on the fact that this is the same colors and the same gradient, the same thing. Most people will not see it as such, but it still is kind of the case. So that's an I don't know situation. If it's converting, it's converting, but that's a bit tiny based on what I'm seeing right here. But yeah, other than that, other than that, it's fine. I would make it bigger. I would make it like bigger and more accessible compared to what you currently have, just because it's not as clean as it could be. As in, right here, for example, you have your. Did I select the right thing? I don't think I have. Damn. It's just your href. It's just a link. It's just a link. Um, yes, that's a true thing. You currently have a background white at 40%, and I do think that this would be a better use case for 60% or something like with more opacity, which means that it's probably the opposite way, knowing um, how Tailwind is working. But yeah, you basically need this thing to be a lot more opaque in order for the white to go through. So I'm trying to see where it is, but I can't find it. Yeah, your 90 don't go through. I'm guessing it's just because it's not compiled properly. Not compiled properly from the fact that you don't have anything at 90 in the first place. So it's fine. It's fine though. But yeah, I would change that. I would change that button to be a bit more. Um, yeah, no, I mean, in your in your project, you have the Tailwind stuff that is used, and when you are compiling to release, Tailwind is just going to check what is used and don't provide what is not used in the CSS file so that you don't have unnecessary classes and or subclasses, and therefore, since you probably don't have uh, a background white slash 90 anywhere else, it's not going to convert, and I don't have the ability to just use that um, within the CSS in HTML. That's about it. It's not necessarily like a Next.js related stuff. It's just like it's how it is. This is still broken though, but yeah. The only thing that I'm unsure about specifically when I'm looking at this on the mobile version, um, is this at the top. I don't know if it makes sense, and I do think that the logical reading system of left to right, so that means that the human eyes would read this first and then go there, even though that moves, which attracts your eyes. If you have the same system but just reorganizing into what was left right is now top down, it would mean that this thing needs to be underneath. Um, yeah, it would basically need to be underneath and swapped. But yeah, that's the thing. If you press on it, people are kind of expecting that something is happening. Um, so I would move it a bit down, maybe in between that and the early access or something. But on mobile, I would have my early access be this early access from the get-go and be basically sticky. So if I start scrolling, that get early access is staying where it was when it loaded the page in the first place. I think that could be a very easy thing for you. But again, I do agree with what you just said of putting time where it needs to be and putting efforts and work where it needs to be, which is like within the product itself, because that needs some work. And yeah. Yeah. I mean, you basically right here, if you I know you're talking about the buttons, but if you animate it on load, which is the case, your eyes are going there and then they are going back here. Whereas if you had them on top of each other, your eyes would go through the animation that would be somewhere around here in mobile. And then the next thing is probably the easiest, closest thing, which will be to get early access, which is what you kind of want them to do. So that's a potential things for the attention. If you make it sticky from the beginning and you don't have the button itself slide in from the bottom, I get it. But if that's the case, I would go with something that is a lot more like stronger in terms of what I want it to look like. So let's say that this is your button. That's not the case. I'd go with, this is going to be bad because I don't have your colors for this thing. I'm going to use that and say that this is roughly the colors, right? There is just like one purple that is added somewhere around here. Is potentially somewhere right there. I'll say that this is good enough. I'll get this instead. And then from time to time, I have something like just for the the eyes attraction thing, I would have one of these go through. So if you have never used one of these, does it make a lot of sense? If you have, then it will make sense. But I would have some of that simple. God damn it. I would have some of that happen, from time to time. Every 5 to 12 seconds, you just have a bit of a shine things that just glance through, either in one direction or the other or whatever. But it's just like it's that easy, and it's just like two fucking rectangles on a slant. So you can have the effect for the blur that I added. You can not have it. It's gonna be the same thing, and it creates that effect of, oh, it's shining. And I do think that this is probably going to be the easiest thing that you could put in place, just because it's you know it's uh it's fine. It is fine. So yeah, having that is something that would work, um, and it's very simple and it works. The other one is uh, what is it? Is it what's the that's not the one. Might be the one. 21st. Yeah, I think 21st Dev is the one that I have in my head. There have been like so many similar things that you can basically copy paste from what they have here to your own landing page. And they are like, if I remember correctly, there is like a lot of buttons and call to actions and so on, that you could reuse, and there is probably some of them that have the effect that I'm talking about, like somewhere around here or whatever, that would, you know, probably be a good option to just add. Um, but yeah, 21st Dev is a potential options for you to just get better component without having to think about it too much. Nonetheless, I agree with your statement from earlier. I'm just not gonna derail that. Um, if you know right now that you have the need to work on the product and not the landing page, then work on the product. Like don't spend too much time on the landing page yet. I would say the most important part is going to be you need the the landing page and the product to be aligned. So if you do some things on the landing page, you need to absolutely implement that within the the product and the landing page so that they have parity of features and so on as fast as possible. But yeah, shit like this also as a hover effect, not a click, but just a hover effect would be regal and really easy. So on tap. On tap. It could work on tap on mobile. I would also have, and I'm not gonna lie, I would also have the get early access button sliding from the bottom right here on desktop. Like, why not have it as well? If it's your converting elements on mobile, why not just, you know, have it here because right now I don't have any of the information that is in your get early access there and get early access there. So yeah, but I get it. You've been in the fucking uh analytics for the past few days, I see. You glued to it. You are glued to it. Also, Stoney, congrats. That is impressive. Um, but yeah, there are stuff that you can do in there. I saved this one specifically. I mean, not specifically for you, but like as a reference for you. They are very common behaviors for how to display like the phones. And I do think that this might be like something that matches a bit better. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming at 3.99 for you. Thanks. Just just 3.99. Just one off. But yeah, no, this one was pretty cool. This one was pretty cool. That's it. That's all I wanted to say on this one. Um, and Stony, before the thing was crashing, did you see this or absolutely not? I have a feeling that, um, you have not. Okay, cool. So basically, that person is creating something that is at the end of a project or within a project. You are asking Claude to create an interactive case study for the thing. And that's why I was on Shipping in the Dark earlier, saying that you had similar things, but on their end, they are creating a truly interactive website that is a presentation of the project in question. And so you arrive here where you have the ability to just play with what is in here, like interact with the train lines and what they have created here. And that is simply an interactive points by Claude being made from the get-go so that you can then as a user get in and say, oh yeah, that project specifically is something that we implemented all of that to make sure that the users could understand our goals and what was supposed to happen and so on. And it's a very simple yet easy to implement, I think, system for your users, for yourself, and for designers for case studies' sake. It's something that will probably work. And it's the same thing as your blog, if I'm not mistaken, right? But yeah, it's a nice concept, and I do think that this is something that I would put in place as soon as I can. I don't know if I liked this thing, and I have a feeling I probably have, but I also haven't gone through the entire thing. Let me see if I can find it in a quick scroll. I doubt it. Um, there is when 7B latest version basically is on par, if not better, to Opus 4.5. And so you can run that on your own machine. And that means that it's not going to burn some tokens. It's just gonna run in the background, and you have all the benefits, um, as long as you have a machine that can run it properly. It runs at a good rate on my own machine, which is kind of shit, just to be honest. But it makes the fans go crazy, and there is a need for some more cooling and some more performance happening at the same time. But for someone like you that has like a massive PC that has more compute, probably than I do, then you could probably run these things locally within the thing that Feels has, or something else, as well, to make it better and make it, yeah, no, the M4 Mac Mini is not the thing that's gonna run these systems. I'm gonna be honest. That's not it. I think what would run this is a 4090, or uh, or a 5090. I don't think you have a 5090. um, but yeah, again, the M3 Ultra is better than the M5 Pro. So, yeah, Mizzy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Just to let you know, I dropped earlier today and I landed. That timing was almost perfect. That was great. That was great. You're gonna bump me up. Sorry. uh, yeah, I think Dapshi is gonna either make it by a hair or I don't know. Yeah, congrats. Goddamn. But yeah, earlier I just dropped, and for some reason, it happens. I just landed. It made no sense. It made no sense. Um, what the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, that. Yeah, so I think you need some sort of a 4090-ish, um, and something to be able to run it, but it's good, and it runs pretty well. It just like the only thing that I hate about running things locally is that you don't have the tools that you're used to. So you don't have the ability to run the model and then use it within Cursor or within JetBrains or within whatever tools that you are used to use. And that is sad. I really wish we had like a better version of Void, because Void is good enough. It's a VS Code fork from the start, so it's like very similar to what Cursor used to be. But it is like an old version, and therefore I don't really have um much. Like it's just yeah, I don't know. It's not as good. I don't like the interface. I would rather be within Cursor than this. I would rather be within the previous version of Tray than Cursor. But like that's the thing. Nonetheless, it's still something that is feasible. And if you have the ability to just get the model running on your own machine and then use it through Void, it's better than using it through LM Studio. Boy, yeah. Nonetheless, that seems to have frozen. I don't know if it's like Arc that is frozen or if it's just my computer that is frozen. I think based on what I'm seeing right now, it's probably everything that is frozen. Yeah, right there. Um, that is kind of sad. That is kind of sad. I get it. Also, congrats on lending, Mizzy. Yeah, and it's not as much smoke as a Friday night, but I get it. It's not the same type. I get it. I get it. I understand. I understand. Anyways, for like that thing that I was kind of talking about, but not really, but kind of, you haven't made any updates since the April 13th. So did you like basically just give up on the blog, or is it just you haven't worked enough to trigger like a this needs to be uh, an article type of thing? Or am I wrong and you are just like every 2 weeks? Um, I see. It looks kind of not every 2 weeks, but yeah. Um, at the bottom there is another links. There. Mm. Mm-hmm. Damn, that's I mean I'm fine with that, but I'm not reading all day. I am I I no. That is a no. Um that is a no. And I could 100% like just listen to it, but goddamn. That is too much. That is too much. Not happening. Not happening. Anyways. Anyways. I wish Techie and Yan were here because I have things for both of them, but that is not the case right this instant, so we are good. I hear noise outside and outside different sides that are not making me confident in the ability of the stream remaining the stream. So yeah. Also, side notes and side things. This is part of the patterns that I talked about earlier, which is similar to what Denny was doing. I do think that this, as a website, is specifically for a portfolio, is a good idea right now. I think this will stand out for the next 5 months as something that is brand new and fresh, and people haven't seen that yet. But yeah, I do like this. Good question. I don't know. I don't think it would look much different. It's just like the squiggles would be placed in different places. So this one maybe, I mean, these two would be okay. This one probably would be somewhere else because it is in the table of content, and therefore you might not have a table of content um, on mobile. You know, it depends. Um, so yeah, that's the That's the thing. Nonetheless, this is one of them. And then the other one is this one. This is very much AI generated images, and I can tell, and you can tell as well. And it is interesting, and I do think that this is something that will happen more and more. Um, the the thing that I'm seeing with this is the same issue that I have with AI generated um, product placement images. Meaning that we take the product in question and you AI generate the image in a very much more pleasing environment. The product itself is not the product anymore. So none of this reflect the true reality of what it was. I don't think this makes any sense here because these are just like presentation of a fake folder, a fake book, a fake coin, and so on. But it is going to be used in by some people in the sense of, and I've done that before, and I showed you how it works, of taking a logo that is done and say or ask um, Gemini specifically at that time to create the sketch version. So yeah, Jerome, hi, what's going on? How are you? We have had 3 people land today, so maybe you are gonna be the fourth. I don't know. Are you ready for next week, by the way? Dang, so close. Not ready? God damn. Are you not leaving on the 5th? I have 5 and 11 in my head, and I'm like, that's not right, but that might be right. Um, anyway, so this is something that I've been seeing for a while, and it is interesting. Um, most of what we have here is also like an interesting system. I don't think this is working. I have a feeling that this is not working as you leave on the 11th of the 5th. That's why my brain is like this. So it's not next week, it's in 2 weeks. I see. I see. Nonetheless, this is the same thing that I was showcasing earlier with the interactive case study, this being an interactive presentation as a PowerPoint presentation style thing, entirely made by Claude, you can tell, because the font and shit. But this is roughly what is going to be the norm, I think, when it comes to design presentation and so on. Like, for example, right now, I'm working with that client for their branding and their identity and so on. And I am this close, mainly because I don't have enough tokens for that, but I am this close to create a Tinder game for them to check like comparison in between logos so that they have a card with the logo that I've made, and then they can swipe left or right and say, yes, I like this, or no, I don't like it. And then you would have, for the one that you have saved on the side, a thing that says this or that, like that type of game where you pick one and then it just changed this one, and then maybe you keep with this one, and then this one is much better, so you pick this one and it changes, and then at the end of the day you end up with the winner of the brackets because it's just run through everything. It's interesting. I think I will at some point, potentially not for that client specifically, but this is something that I think will be roughly the norm for presenting content as a designer and or as a dev. As a dev, less likely, but as a designer for sure, to just your client and say, well, here are the logos, pick up the one that you like and just swipe left or right. And then me on my side, I just have the back end that just check that that client liked version 3 and 4 and 6 and not the rest. And therefore I can just spend more times because right now I'm just like in the Figma file trying to figure out exactly how things are looking and so on. So that's uh, that's a thing. Other than that, you know. Small details, small stuff, small variations. I realized that we haven't done anything for this, for fills. I haven't like explored more content and so on. So this is potentially something that will need to happen. Probably. But you get the idea. So yeah. Also, Dapshi, when it comes to how it looks on mobile, I have um halfway abandoned mobile landing pages. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I have done a great job in any way, shape, or form to provide like the content that needs to be presented on the mobile version. Like most of it is just so bad. I mean, right now, the fact that the background is not loading is just my connection, so don't worry about it. Yeah, it's uh, it's not great. I'm not gonna lie. It is not great. This one is a bit better because it has a proper navigation system. But still, like it's not as good as it could be. Also, dang. That is not good whatsoever. Um, but yeah, I most of the time don't really care anymore. I'm just like, does it work? Cool. Can the people click the buttons that I want them to click on? Cool. That's all I need. I don't need more than that. Um, so yeah, it's been a bit of a change in the system for me, and what seems to be more important. Like it's more important for me to have good App Store images and App Store pictures compared to the landing page itself, because I basically want you to click on the link that will send you to the App Store rather than look at the website. So here, for example, for your app, I would rather not spend time here and just go to the App Store release and check it out there. Which, by the way, if you have um, do you have test flight, Dapshi, already? Or is this like not yet in place? Do you have a test flight version? I don't. I see. What I was saying before was I don't really care about the landing page in mobile version anymore. I'm more likely just going to have a button that sends you to the App Store because that's where I want you to be. And if I can, I'm just going to send you here. Like if I can avoid having a landing page altogether, I will. And I have a feeling that this is probably, I mean, it would be the same for a lot of people, but yeah, I I don't. I mean, I get it, but I hate farming emails, but I get it. I hate it nonetheless. I don't. I've never understood mailing list and getting like emails of people and then just sending them an email and hoping that they convert. Um, yeah. I didn't bother with that, and uh, I understand, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna say that again. But when this is gonna be bad. Um, is it at? It is. When I started to post about it and to basically showcase that I was working on the app, I had some feedback on socials that were pretty positive. And then at some point, I opened the test flight version. I didn't have a single, a single amount of um, mailing list or whatever, but I had my validation through social interactions and through the fact that in the first week of opening test flight, I had 1,100 users join the app. Like basically almost instantly on week one, we had 1,000 users that wanted to check the app. So that alone was my validation. But I do understand that that came in at a time where I already had almost everything done, and the app was working for myself, and there was like a lot of, um, a lot of things. But that the fact that these 1,000 users came in was my validation, and that was like very much from the get-go. Like when I just sent the thing, um, you know, that was nice. So not necessarily having like a mailing list and all of that for interest's sake, but just posting about it and then posting about the test flight here and there, and then getting a lot of users joining gave me all of what I needed to have, um, just to prove, kinda, that the app was interesting and that people were interested in said app, and you know that might be all of what you need. I don't know. Um, like I basically posted this, and from that post specifically, I had like a ton of users joining. So, you know, might be a different type of validation and confirmation bias and so on, because the app was already available and achievable and usable, which is potentially not exactly what you had, but you know, that's the thing. Um, Nonetheless, I have another question about the AI within your platform. Is this something that runs on device, or is this something that runs in the cloud for you? Like, do you have API cost, in which case uh, test users are going to cost you? Because that's a different thing as well. Yeah, and welcome on in. I have things for you. um, Don't worry, you missed nothing. The stream started with no overlay working whatsoever because the access token of Twitch was revoked. The construction downstairs unplugged the entire building um, electric. So I had a power outage for like a good 5 minutes and had to move the stream from my internet connection to my phone's internet connection. And then it came back, and I hear them do stuff. There is other things happening in the hallways, so yeah, I. Mm-mm. You missed nothing, but I have something for you. I wanted to show you how my Heaper things is working last Monday, and I didn't have any tweet likes things that I could show you. So this is basically how it works. I arrive on this page in the morning or whenever, and I saved it for today. And I just remember what that thing is about. If I know that it's not something that I want to save to talk about on stream or something, just gonna arrow left to just move on to the next one. And then let's find one that is good. Um, let's say I like this, which is true, but it's not necessarily something that I would want to showcase and talk about on stream. I would just save it and then type a reason uh, right there and then press enter and be done. That is something that I've been doing, and this is again, as I mentioned, at midnight or technically 1 in the morning every day. So when I'm absolutely sleeping, for sure, it goes through my entire Twitter likes, logged in as if it was myself, and checks like everything that happens, export or extract any tweet that I've liked that contains media, and then from there, it just put them into very basic JSON files, and I have this thing, and I can just check stuff and put them on one side or the other if I know exactly what it is. If I don't know what it is, I can just, like put it on the side. And that is to me some sort of a time saver because it is so simple and so fast and so easy to just have my likes and my system done. Like right there, I have everything, for example, um, and then I can go back into everything that I liked and just go and see things in a more visual way because um, yeah. The thing is, I can't really go through them like this. Like I mean, yes, I could. Uh, I could go through this system and say this one is saved, this one is saved, this one is saved, like just highlighted like this, and then be done. But this is not necessarily how I work, and I would rather uh, do it one by one, most likely because have a good rest of your bit story. No, I don't really care about the entirety of the post. What I care about is the ability for me to just say, I like this because right now this is broken. This feature right now on saying the reason why I'm saving it is a bit broken. And so that's why I'm just skipping it 90% of the time. Um, but that's the only thing and that's the only reason. Like I'm just looking at stuff and be like, I know why I liked it on Twitter because I remember the tweet in question, and then I can just quickly basically burn through the entire thing, end up in the I have everything that I need, and then be done. The main reason, and I think we talked about it, but I haven't put it in place. The main reason for this, and it worked once. It worked once. The main reason for this was to create the Loimf product, which Loimf is last in my feed, and the O is like whatever. So last week, last month, last year in my feed, and it's just everything that I've liked in the past week, in the past months, in the past year that is then provided to a newsletter that people are interested in knowing what I like, what I don't like, why, and so on. And so I had this thing to make sure that I have an explanation on why I'm saving something. And yeah, that's broken. Uh, and so that was the initial plan. Um, but because it's kind of broken now with the saving off said reason, I could have removed that option, but that's the idea. So I don't really care about the fact that I can see the whole tweet right here because I know for a fact, like for example, um, I mean, technically this one had two images. I can only see the first one, so if I don't remember what is supposed to be in there as the second image, then it's not going to be good. So I don't have the entirety of the things. So that's the that's the thing. That is a sandwich as well. Um, but yeah, it's it's not. So it's not crawling. That's the thing. In order for me to achieve this and to not trigger Twitter bot things like can't use whatever, I am basically relying on the OG content. So anything that the OM did or zero M did, embed, is providing is what I can have, and that's it. Like I can't really have much more than that. And I'm relying basically on having just the URL of the tweet in question rather than the rest because it just doesn't make any sense to get the rest. So that's the idea. Right now, again, the most interesting thing is everything is saved in a JSON file. So I have a file that is getting more and more and more massive by the day. And that is bad. And the initial reason or the initial idea was to have this synced with like an Airtable or another type of very basic system, but it just doesn't work. So yeah, right now I have like 298 that are in here saved for later to talk about on stream when we want to talk about the fact that like the skeuomorphic slash paper textures and so on are coming back in the discussions for a lot of branding and other things, and also for a lot of UI related content. Like some people are asking for these types of interface, which uh, are interesting, not necessarily the best thing, but like this is mostly a Gemini slash GPT image 2 generated thing, and I can tell. But it looks interesting, it looks cool, it looks more like a game. And if you built like a website that looked like this, then yeah. From Robin Spy, that used to be here in chat, but has moved around so much that we haven't seen them in a long time, that was building like an almanac of gardening. This is very much the thing. Like that specific one is also one of the reasons why I kept it, is because this is very much what they wanted to build. And it has like a very interesting use case from what Jerome wanted to do as well for the gardening thing. This is similar. It has some very cool ideas of how to represent like your own garden, where things are planted. And this being like an infinite canvas type of thing, and you can just navigate through that, is very cool. But obviously this is AI generated, as you can probably tell by these icons being non-existent. But as a concept, getting an artist or someone that is good enough to create all of that and then build a website through that is a pretty interesting thing. Nonetheless, doesn't change the fact that this is basically the goal for me, just to make sure that I have a place to to store the IDs. I need a, some sort of a database, which means that Keeper is a great ID for that because it has the internal database system. And based on the fact that this is I mean, I could probably get into my likes and unreviewed JSON files and extract that for you from here to import it within Keeper. So, you know, like I could 100% import that instead of having that pretty massive JSON files that is probably going to break at some point because this is huge. But, you know, it's in there. Feels, what's going on? You missed the notification because the notification didn't fire, I think. The stream was so chaotic at the beginning that it probably didn't happen. Also, I saw your notification on Discord about the new release, which is a true release, which is interesting. I haven't checked the thing yet. But yeah, like the only thing that is necessary for me to have that tool is basically a true link in between Twitter and my likes. And what I would love to be able to do is extract all of the things that I have liked, which is not viable. Let me be clear. But I would love to extract this. The reason why I'm saying it's not viable that's a lot of parsing and a lot of extraction. Just a little. And yeah, I don't think this would be feasible in terms of like API requests and cost. Also, Genie, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How have you been? How's the day going? How was that? Yeah, how have you been? It's been a bit. Well, the issue is that I can't. That is also one of the reasons why I have kind of extracted things, because I'm very much stuck very, very fast in the amount of scrolling that I can do. Like the only thing that I can do is stopping very, very short when it comes to like it has, I guess, 50 or 25 at a time, and then it reaches the end and it reload and it refetch and so on. And it's my, like, that's the thing. It is my own likes. It's not like someone else's likes. It's just my own. So for me, in my head, I should have access to this in a way that is like as easy as it needs to be, but it's not the case. And it's a bit of a pain in the ass. So yeah. And again, this thing is what popped in by me asking my OpenClaw, which is not an OpenClaw things. So yes, but I don't think it contains your likes. But you're right. That's potentially That's potentially a thing. Let me check. Let me check in the settings and privacy and data, whatever. Um, you can request a zip file with an archive of your account information, account history, apps, and device account activity, interest, and ads data. Get an in-app notification when the archive of your data is ready to download. And you can request things for Periscope as well. Periscope? And they say it may take up to 24 hours or longer for the data to be ready, which is kind of crazy, but I get it. So that's the only place where I can export and request my data, which is fine. At least there is a place. But I don't know how long it's going to take. I feel like it's going to take hours. Specifically, like, again, I have 10,000 posts from myself, which includes the replies, if I remember correctly. And then I have like a lot of medias and a lot of likes. But I think last time I tried, we didn't have the likes in there. However, if we do have the likes at some point and we have the 100,000 likes, then that could work. Again, if the output is clean, aka if it's a CSV, a JSON file, something that is clean, and that I can import that through Heaper and get all of the content that I'm needing in one import, then I could be converted. I could. I'm not saying I will. I could. Denny, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? And Jeannie, to answer your question, I'm pretty good. I'm tired. Stream in the beginning was kind of shit today because electrical got cut by the working people on the street. They are like renovating the roads and shit, and they probably broke one of the breakers. So that wasn't fun. But other than that, we're good. Other than that, we are good. Good. If you, Denny, if you haven't seen, and you probably have, there has been a bit of a debate. Not really. There has been a bit of a debate because someone was complaining that their portfolio was a pure copy of something. I think I liked the reply, and it's been like roughly a day. So let me see if I can find it for one split second. I don't know their name, and that's the reason why I'm not. I know their profile picture. Uh-huh. Yeah, that one. Yeah. And the portfolio in question is yeah, that thing right there. So it's kind of, I mean, the entirety of the discussion within that fucking thing is crazy. That person is complaining that person has copied their own portfolio. And then Rono is saying that this portfolio, specifically that, is the most common, basic portfolio that we have seen in the past few years. including what Denny has tried to do at some point, what Grizz has tried to do at some point, what Kane has tried to do at some point, what I have tried to do at some point as well. And they're all saying that I think that every designer has mocked this at least once. And it is true. The thing is, the reason, which is not exactly true, is they have like a bit of a player, music player within this thing that stood out to be the exact copy. And I do understand that. But with what Ronald was saying here, which I don't think we have in there because it's been dropped.
Zerozician raided my stream with 2 viewers.
Zerozician, welcome back. How are you? How was your stream? Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, we're currently covering some sort of a Twitter debate drama things about designers copying each other's. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But yeah, thanks a lot for the raid. I hope your stream was good. As always, if you need to raid and run, please do that. If you need to raid and stay, please do that as well. That's the wrong button. Oh, did that happen? That did happen. That did happen. I have a feeling that the connection was severed with Nexus. Because that automation should have happened, but apparently it didn't. That's we should have moved to something. Is this gonna work? It does work. I don't know. Anyways, welcome on in. So that was fun, and the point was that Ronald was saying after the fact is that everything within that portfolio was inspired by his own content. I think if I go into with a fucking N, bitch. Yeah, I'm probably gonna find it, or maybe it's gonna be deleted. I don't know. Yeah. So that thing right here has been pretty interesting because they talked about that, but then there has been somehow like this thing where Paco and Rono itself is there, and then the fact that Ashish was saying those patterns exist. Yeah. Anyways. It's basically saying that, you know, if it's me copying, then it's fine. If it's you copying, then it's not fine. And I don't like this. Going back to what you said. Yeah, you said that how insanely often this happens to you, to me, basically not knowing things. I hear some things outside. I'm scared for the fucking connection. Brace yourself. If we drop the stream, I think we're gonna drop the stream for the day. Just giving you a bit of a prelude on this one. I know how often things happen. Yes, I know how much I'm forgetting the names of the people that I'm supposed to, you know, talk about. But it's just like, it's not good. And then yes, 100%. Only if your taste are good will you stand out to the crowd. Yes. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not on there, to be honest. I feel like it's probably just a one more tool situation, and if it was a website, I would probably be on there. But you know, if it was just like a web accessible version and not a downloaded thing, um, because I don't leave that interface. Like the reason why, since this morning, exactly this morning, we now have Behance back on my phone is because Pinterest on my phone is shit, and I hate it. And I needed to have some research done, and I needed Behance because Pinterest was not responding. But I usually don't spend like any time on a platform on my phone if I don't spend 10 times as much on my computer. So Twitter and I mean TikTok is the only one that doesn't really match uh the web version, like at least not for me. But I will still like spend hours of a day on Twitter, hours of a day on Threads, and so on. So yeah, um, I know, I know, I get it, I get it. And then yeah, we'll check the sketches. I need a pee though, so 1 second. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Also, side notes, same notes. The reason why they are doing the work right now is because their official deadline is April 29th, which, based on my calculation, is today. So, yeah, they are just trying to finish the work that they are trying to do or have been trying to do for the past 2 months and struggling and struggling. So, yeah, we'll see. We will see. Anywho, um, yes, yeah, and I do agree with that, with the fact that the web version will probably be somehow something that is less good because no saving. However, and this is a bit of a weird thing, and I don't know if it is feasible anyways, but if you have something that is similar to what Stony has, in the sense that my computer becomes the server and everything runs from my computer as long as the app is running. And so if I access it through the web version, the web just becomes a portal to my PC. And so if I have like my mini PC that is in the attic with the internet box and so on, that runs Heaper as well, then I can just access it from my computer um, as a web portal thing. If that's the case, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I don't. I know I have. I know I have it on my iPhone, but I don't think I have it here. So that's the thing. Denny, by the way, is this something that is stream friendly or is this something that is not stream friendly? I don't want to share things that you don't want me to share. Um, cool. um, yeah, I get it. How does that massive company do the thing? Like how most of Pinterest and so on manage to have like so much things working and displayed and so on a daily basis. Like it's kind of the research. This entire feed is crazy. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. I don't know exactly who and what they're doing. Um, but yeah, goddamn. Anyways, that is a that is a great GPT image 2 generation for your branding right there. You go with a parrot? You want a you want a bird? You want a bird? Interesting. Interesting. You already have a parrot, then it makes sense. I get it. I get it. Um, thinking of lactose. Oh, lactose. My dyslexia, Lacoste. Yes. Lactose was perfect. Perfect. Um, let me show you something. I don't remember if it's there or if it's somewhere else. I think it is. Uh, oh my God, I will kill some people. I will kill some people, as I always do. Get the fuck out. No, not Dan. It's one of these things where you need to scan a QR code in order to log into your account on desktop, and it's working half of the times, and most of the time it's just asking me to redo the exact same thing, or it's about to do that again once I go to my likes or saves. I don't know if I'm gonna have access to everything, but yeah, there has been a very specific. It's not there. There has been a very specific logo that dropped not so long ago, which I think would be a very interesting things for you right there. Um, I know it's related, so don't worry about it. But in between the titties, I do have something somewhere, and I just need to find it. I just need to find this thing. It's right there. I love this thing. I love this thing. It's so good. Ah. this is not Lacoste's original thing. Um, this is a bit of a copy of something, but yeah, it's fun. It's just a cat. It's just a cat. Um, Non-private filter, so it's stream friendly if you tag things correctly. You think I'm gonna tag things? Yeah, I could. Nonetheless, going back to this section, I do think that this is clean and good enough for a monogram. This is a very good, not too detailed type of thing, and this one is kind of similar, and I do like both of these. The On these ones, none of them are really good. Um, I'm not gonna lie, like the one is has too much space on this side, and this one is weird for the back. Like usually that's not exactly how it works. So that's, whatever. Um, so I am team here and here mixed together, specifically this one with the beak of this one. That makes a lot of sense to me. Um, and then it also, I mean, one of the reason is also like because the presentation that you have around here is interesting. However, um, eh, this is complicated. This, yes, why not? This font combo is complicated, um, and doesn't really. I mean, it does work, but it doesn't really match, I think. The color scheme is good. I am a big fan of that color specifically, like that sage and olives are really good. Sand and cream are currently overused and very much brown and beige, so people don't like them. Um, but yeah, so that's the thing. The point that I made last time will remain and will still be true today. This is great. ChatGPT Image 2 is great at generating shit like this, but it's the worst if you like it. The amount of time it will take you to recreate this inside of Figma is gonna be twice as long, if not longer, than if you had come up with this on your own. And the reason for this is your brain is currently, or will be, attempting to recreate this exactly to the pixel, and you will not be able to find the same font, and you will not be able to find the same placements and alignments, and the design and so on is going to be a pain in the ass. So I get it, but yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to maintain and recreate, which I don't recommend. So I think it's a great tool for the first draft here and there, but it's not gonna be like the best tool for most of the things. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of these, um, in the slightest. It is quite the opposite. For me, this is the type of shit that I'm like, well, I'm never touching this. I mean, let me explain a bit. And I'm gonna use the brand that I wear every day because it makes sense. Um, if you go into these things, god damn, they have like The front is a bit too much for me, but it's okay. And the back is much. Like it's too much. Like I can't I it pisses me off more than anything. I hate having things in the back. That sounds so kinky. I hate having things on the back of my shirts because it is not something that I see. That's the first thing. The back is it's for the rest of the world, but if I like a shirt, I like it for what I can see, meaning that it's going to be in the front. So if the most interesting design is going to be in the back, then I don't give a shit about it. If you go into shit like the Goku very specific Dragon Ball collab that they have, most of this is in the back because that's where people want to, I don't know why, want to have their design. And then the front is just this. And I love just this, but I don't care about the back. Like if you just give me a blank, which is what I'm wearing most of the times, with that collab, and that's it. That's all I see. I like that. I I like that. Nonetheless, this I don't I don't like it for the design of it, and I don't like it for um what it represents and the design styles that that is. To me, this is overused and very like connoted. A lot of people are using this same patterns in order to make it look like something, and it's basically what you're trying to do right now, which makes sense. But it's not really the vibe that I like. So that's the thing. That's the thing. But if you just want to do that, then yeah, do it. Do it. Go with that. Use that as a base, and it's fine. It's just like I have a feeling that uh, yeah, exactly. The back is the free advertising space. Um, like I don't. I would rather have nothing in the back because I don't want to advertise what I'm wearing. And again, you can't really know what this brand is unless you pay attention. Like that's one of the reasons why I like it so much is that the brand is right here, but it's the same color. It's just it has like a bit of a sheen that is different than the matte of the cotton from the fabric, but it's not as visible. If it was white, I wouldn't have bought it. Like that's it. It is as simple. I want these things to be as simple as they can be. So the most blank that I can have a t-shirt, a polo, or whatever, I want it to be cut properly that fits me like I like it, but I don't want it to have any branding, or at least the least amount of branding. So that's the thing, nonetheless. So that's fine because it's the right size and the right place as long as there is nothing in the back. We good. Um, yeah. You can create like a clothing brand very easily. As I mentioned before, um, there are like a lot of print on demand platforms. Printful is one that I used to use when I used to have t-shirts, and they used to have like I don't remember if we have access to their catalog here. I don't think we do. But they have stuff that are pretty good when it comes to the outputs, and they now or lately have things that would be embroidered. So for polos and so on, you would have the ability to get that. Um, so yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that good, but it's not that bad. And you end up with things that like are overall okay. Like if I go into, I guess the polos, because that's what that he's currently working on, you will have the ability to find things that are pretty good. Um, in terms of quality, some of them are really cheap, some of them are less cheap, obviously. Um, but yeah, this one is an Adidas based one. This one is an Under Armour based thing, which is the same thing. Um, so you know, it's an option. I know that we have from the t-shirt. Um, I used to go with the Bella Canva because they are very soft and they stay soft. But there are like um if I remember correctly, god damn, you have the ability to change. Maybe you want this thing to be full cotton, organic cotton, um, and the tri-blends are very simple, but like these are options, um, and they are okay. Not the best, but okay. What I like about these things as well is the fact that once a month, if I remember correctly, um, you can buy samples of this thing to just see how your prints are doing. And you pay only 20% of the price, I think, or something like this. So I basically just used to receive my samples for the months, which was 3 shirts, roughly, with my own design, just for me, just in case, just to check. But nonetheless, that is like overall pretty good when it comes to the blank themselves, and you have the ability to make the design as you want it to be, and it is you know it's an option. It's simple. It works. Nonetheless, these things, these prints on demand and embroidered on demands are a good base. I do think that if at some point in your life you want to create a set of clothes and the clothing brand and the clothing line and so on, even though the quality is not the best, going through one of these services first to make sure that there is demands, make sure that the output that you're creating is good enough without you having to go into debt because you need to check the manufacturer, ask for the right sizes, or ask for the right SKU, the minimum command or order amount, and so on. It's just like, yeah, um, yeah. So that's the thing that I would say. If someone sometimes at some point you want to get like a polo to check with your own branding, you can just check one of these things and then you wear it and you see how you feel about it. Like I don't know if you remember, but I used to wear my t-shirts when I had my own Etsy shop with the t-shirt that I was making, because it's just like if I'm feeling confident in having these t-shirts for myself, then it makes sense. When you go into um I think it's shop. Um, I think. Yep. God dang. They have basically the same thing. Like all of these t-shirts are print on demand. Um, but they are using like another system. I forgot. I forgot the name of their print on demand things. Fourth Wall is the main company that is owning all that, but then the print on demand is a partner of Fourth Wall. Nonetheless, the quality of these t-shirts are okay. The prints are good, and what makes them good is basically just the quality of the design. If the design is good, if the print is good, then it doesn't really matter that much, at least for me. So that's the fact that I know exactly who that is crazy. Uh, but yeah, like it's a thing. And again, this is from the simple fact that I know how much that cost. The fact that they are selling them for 29 bucks when they are paying, if I remember correctly, 7-ish for these ones, for a single one on their end, it is a lot. But like I was making a profit when I was selling them at 20 something because I was paying 16 per unit because I was in the beginning and I didn't sell like 1,000 a month. They sell more than 1,000 a day. So, you know, eh. Anywho, that's an option. It doesn't really matter. So it's a thing that you can 100% do. I don't know if this is the direction that matches you the most. Um, and the bird is quite complicated. Rossoneri, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. The bird is quite complicated. One of the things that I would also see right here is that I would offset things instead. Um, so right now you have, this thing has decided that when you are doing an opposite, like an inverted thing, you need to invert everything. And to me, this is bad. Like I would really do something a bit different. So let's say that this is your logo. Let me see if I can just do that. No. This is gonna be super super bad. Super bad. How to capture camera like that in a beautiful frame? Can I add similar frame in OBS? Yeah. This frame is a bit of a trick. It is a mix of how can I say that? Kinda. We basically have the border, which is the first thing that is added to it, and then there is a drop shadow that is underneath to create the extension at the bottom. That's about it. That's about it. And then it's cropped in different formats. So basically, on this scene, I have less crop on the sides, and therefore you have like more height and so on. And on this scene, I'm cropping the sides to make it work. So that's the thing. It's just like two filters and a drop shadow that is sharp drop shadow with the same color as the border. So this is using the glow shadow. I forgot the name of the plugin by Finite, and yeah. So with that, Denny specifically, at least for myself, I would say that if you want to go with, did I do that? Yeah. If you wanted to at some point be in a dark mode version, I would invert it to have that. Like that's what is currently happening when it comes to what ChatGPT has done. And what I'm saying is that the eye of the parrot is supposed to be white. So if you do this, now the eyes is is black and it looks more like a pirate than anything else. So I would truly invert that with the thing that we had earlier. So keeping that like this is a bit of a more interesting thing. You lose the outline per se, but you just get like that crisp, similar vibe in the other end, which makes more sense to me. So it's, I know, but that way you have something that makes sense. And then that white version might be not white. Like maybe you go into something that is more of a green thing because your background was green. Not that green, but like maybe you're more in the right there type of situation. Um, so it's a thing. Nonetheless, doesn't really matter. Uh, but yeah, it's an option. It's a system. Like this just feels wrong to me. Just to have like the parrot eyes to be uh, the opposite. But yeah, I would not have. Basically, what I'm saying is I would not have the medallion shape around it, just because it makes less sense to me. Other than that, it's fun. I get it. You know, it's it's a thing. And yeah, you shared that link earlier, and I didn't click on it. That's my bad. That's my bad. Yeah, that button is clean though. I'm not gonna. That's an interesting button. Interesting button. I think we looked at that last time. There is something in there. um. Oh, oh, there is sound as well. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like you're going for uh old money, which is ugh. And I mean, personally, it's just like it fucks with me in a way that is just like so bad. But but yeah, you're going with this basically. You want the old money presentation, which I mean, I understand. It's something that makes sense and it's cute and all, but it it is connected with things, and I think you can end up with a more luxurious experience that is not old money logo. They are linked, both are very similar, but if we go into a luxury logo design, for example, Taya, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? You will have things, you know, that are like the same, obviously, but if you go with something like this, for example, it goes in the luxury, it goes in a more current type of thing. And I do feel like these ones are some interesting direction in which you can go without being too old money about it. Like this is, even though this is fake, this is interesting. This looks interesting and kind of clean. It is potentially a bit too rounded for what you're trying to achieve. Um, and in which case the MK or the MB would might be a bit better. But nonetheless, doesn't change or doesn't remove everything or anything from what I'm saying. It it is still luxurious without being like that weird ass thing. Like you could get into that, and I think you are basically DL, so or LD. So you end up with these things, which are like basically the Louis Vuitton things that we have, and you're kind of limited. Um, I like this. I feel like this is really cute. This is a very simple ID, but it's just like, okay, I see it. I see the I see the concept. I see the IDs. Um, yeah. Um, take a look at your favorite. You probably won't have any, but take a look at your favorite fast fashion um, brands that are trying to stand out and be perceived as luxurious. Because that is probably going to give you all the information that you need because they want to be perceived as luxurious. So you have like so much things that, god damn, my whole computer is so breaking right now. It's crazy. I opened the Figma file and it made the whole stream lag. God damn. This is cool. Yeah, it's Figma, don't worry about it. This is cool. I'm gonna repeat myself compared to last time. I don't know why you absolutely want to have this thing at the top, but I mean, go for it. If you want to, go for it. The presentation here is really cool. I'm not gonna lie, this is really nice. The icons with the texture is
M.
nice.
Tayabshir is now following.
MT, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I see. Yeah. Ah. You went with thin icons, which makes sense. You go with a lot of like floating elements, which are cool. Yeah. This is similar, but yeah. Well, welcome on in on the second account. Yeah. I don't know about that. I know. I know you like the TV card things, but I don't know. This is cute though. This is really cute, not gonna lie. This is nice. And that's, I don't know who that is, but good. uh this one is interesting. This is interesting as well. I do like this for the TV thing that you were talking about earlier. Like it makes sense to have. It doesn't need to be like too complex. The background here is a bit too much. It's kind of breaking and distracting compared to this one, which seems to be a bit more better. But let me show you something. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that will work. Maybe that would be a reference for you at some point. back in the day, I built something that was uh, a project management slash portfolio presentation thing that was inspired by the PS4 and PS3 navigation systems, so that you had basically your all of your projects as a thing, and it was just either the menu within or the carousels of your games that you have access to. Like uh, that was the idea. This was coming from this shot, which was a redesign of the PlayStation menu and the entirety of the navigation that they have. And I thought that this would potentially be something interesting for, you know, a website and so on. And it's fine, but it's not great. And based on what you're trying to achieve right now, it's a bit of a mix of everything with the PlayStation UI type of thing, so that you have like your project, which is your games, and the Apple TV thing where the TV shows and the movies are your projects. The thing that I have against this idea is the thing that I said last time. In order for you to achieve something that is, let me just Apple TV from here. It's gonna be easy. Um, in order for you to achieve something that is Apple TV like, you need so much content. Like it's not it's not good and user friendly because it's big and so on. It's good and user friendly because there is so much content that you can just navigate it and it feels user friendly and smooth and such. For you as a designer, you being like a big you kind of need to have 3 to 5 strong projects to present on your portfolio. And I have a feeling that the Apple TV design is going to be detrimental to what you're trying to achieve, because you will be roughly doing this as in main project that you want to showcase, two of the side project that you had, and two of the potentially like all the product that you don't want to talk about, but they are still there and they're still good. But even here, and this is gonna sound bad. Don't worry about it. Also, welcome back, Stony. I don't know if you have 6 projects to showcase, and I don't know if you have the content that is necessary to exist to present 6 projects. And if you are currently limited to 3, then you basically end up here. And that's it. Like you just have like 3 projects, and therefore the Apple TV experience feels kind of like it's not necessarily good, because it's too broad and too vast for what it is. So right now, for example, you have 5 projects at the bottom, and you would have your pictures, your hero header, your whatever at the top with your branding and all the thing that you want to have. And then the users would be able to click on whatever project that you have. So there is no scroll, which is good. The only thing they can do is click on the project that they want to show or see. So, like that's a pretty interesting interface. But if you have a scroll that is implemented for something else underneath, I don't think it's gonna work. Or at least from my point of view, I don't think it's gonna work. If I go back to this, I feel like that header is really good. Even though what I'm about to say, I hate it. But I'm still gonna say it. You could just stop there. You could just have the top and have this thing be an horizontal scroll, there's an infinite loop of your 4, 5 projects because you always showcase like 3 at a time, basically. And so if the user is scrolling down, this thing is just rotating infinitely. And if the user want to click on one, then it goes to the project in question, but nothing else. None of that. None of all of the content underneath. That's the thing that I think you could do, but not necessarily like a yeah, just that. Nothing else. Um, if you can pull that off, that could be interesting. But yeah, there might be some things. Maybe you want to have the stories. Maybe you want to have other blogs, other whatever, and you could reorganize this to have like the things on the side. But if you have testimonials and you place them underneath, then you fuck up the Apple TV experience. Like that's the thing. Again, I'm currently bashing the Apple TV experience for designer portfolio. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. I think that this website that you have right now, the full-blown, full height thing, is a pretty good idea. I think this is going to be roughly, I mean, from my point of view, roughly the winners from everything that we have seen so far, mainly because I can see you in here. Um, and I know it sounds corny and whatever, but I I know your styles. I know how you design things. I recognize the attention to details that you put into your content. And if you have things like this, if you have things like other projects, if you have things like the testimonials, all of this is very much a you thing. Like that type of design right here is very much something that I recognize as coming from you, and I I can tell. So I do like that as a concept. I don't know about the green one. I think brown is a bit better for you. Um, I like this because sage is my color, but yeah, I think copper is going to be a bit of a better thing for matching you specifically. Nonetheless, I know you probably have 60,000 attempt um, in here, and it's I think it makes sense. This one was fun, but non-practical. This is because I'm running Figma at the same time. That's the reason. That's the reason. Don't worry about it. So yeah, overall it's pretty cool. There might be some overuse of the same thing, meaning that you have that kind of metallic effect right here, um, right there, and you're basically doing the same thing on this one with metallical elements there, and there. That might be a bit too much for the entirety of the thing. But other than that, it's a good system. It's a good thing. Yeah. You have it twice though. You have this one twice though. Yeah, I mean I get it. This is potentially fun. I don't know how the fuck you did this, but you did this weird. Sorry. Um, and I remember these. These make sense as well. It's fine though. Um, yeah. No, it's pretty good. Not gonna. Let me see. Let me see. Would that work for me? Yeah, it would. It would. The thing that I'm mentioning every time. I want to know what you've worked on. I want to see some of your work right away. So if I have these three things and potentially if it's rotating and it shows me more, then yeah, this is good. I don't know if that is the right placement. That's the current thing. I don't know if that is supposed to be underneath or not. Yeah. This is a weird thing. I can see how much it lags on my computer right now, which implies a ton of things. I'm not saying this. Let me close that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this. So if you do that instead of what you currently have here, you end up with your title and so on that would be in there. And when it comes to the presentation of that specific page, because your title and your position and your thing is probably going to be a bit fatter than what it is. Like I don't know exactly how you want to present yourself on now. Apparently, right now I can't change shit because I don't have that font at that instant. But yeah, I would switch that first of all, and then probably make these like that distance a bit different. Like this is just 80 points, which is potentially big. Like maybe if I do 88 here. Oh, you can't do that. If I do this, 120 to have like a bit more space on this, and maybe it works. Then you just have like your stuff here, and then you get the information that is related to the project, and you have other things underneath that might work. I'm not exactly sure about this because it feels out of place. Kind of. Like it feels like something that is supposed to be here with the stories and nowhere else. Like basically I would expect this to be a story and therefore be in there. Like I would remove it entirely. So just go from the things to the project themselves, to the stories, to the articles if you want to do articles later. That's the thing. But yeah, like that's the I see that. but it might be a bit too much. Ah, you know what? I don't mind. I don't mind. It might just be this thing having a need for somehow like an 88 as well, so that you have like your 88 switch in between the two. So, you know, you have a lot of space and it's clean, and then you have your stories, and then you have your articles, and yeah, I don't know. Um, Nonetheless, this is good. This, in terms of presentation for something that is flat, creating that crease in the center and giving the viewer the sense that the crease is indeed there, is well done. I'm sure there are stuff that can be changed, and I'm sure that there are stuff that can be like edited and so on. Like, for example, this entire thing seems to be a component. I'm gonna have to unlock that. For me, for the typography, I feel like this needs to be. Is it because I don't have the font? I don't. Um, Let me enter these things just because that's the one I have. If you have the hanging punctuations right there, like that would make it better, you know, instead of having that offset. Um, but yeah, like that's a system that would work. The thing that we used to do, I'm giving you my secrets. The thing that we used to do back in the day was you had your cards. I'm gonna make it like very tiny because it's gonna piss me off otherwise. You had your card like this, and because we didn't want to create a shape that has this in it, even though we did it many times. We did this to have like the crease to make sense. We decided to basically have a fill within it that was one of these angular gradient um, with the central point where things needs to be, and then basically doing this with that color. Bitch. Sorry, just didn't want to keep up. With that color being the initial color off. So this is D9. God damn it. Every fucking times. We basically did this every time to get the effect on the edge as an angular gradient rather than creating the shape itself, and creating or using the color of the background that would be used. So we have that on one side and the same thing on the other side to get the crease to look like a crease. So for you right here, you would have something that is going to be somehow the same color as the background, which is kind of white. And the thing that is kind of complicated to achieve is the fact that your shadow is not exactly helping. So you would need this thing to be like that gradient to be like the same color as your shadow to get the effect, which is kind of wild. But if you want to animate it and create that flip effect properly, then you would need to create this as that, in which case it is very much that simple to just do that. You have like two shapes, and they basically have like a 3D transform here and there. But yeah, that's just the background, anyways. I don't I don't know if we will be able to find it, but you probably have that already. You probably have seen, I don't know if it's this one or if it's the latest one. You have seen it. I know you have seen it. I know we've talked about it in the past. It might be. It might be the one. God damn. I wish. Good job, internet. Like that is what you're trying to achieve, basically. And it is feasible. It's just like a bit of a trickier thing. But it's feasible. These ones have like thick ass pages though. But yeah, that animation is a feasible thing. It's easy to implement, as long as you understand how 3D Transform is going to work. And it's just making sure that you have, based on what I had like here, making sure that you have your top portion, your bottom portion that have the bend at the right spot. What will be the most annoying part is that you kind of want to have. Let me see if I can show you that as a. That's going to be complex. Yeah, kind of, but brace yourself. So if you have your page, I'm gonna try to do that within the ways. I have a feeling that this is gonna be, this is not supposed to happen like this. So these two, much bigger. Welcome back. And I'm gonna make them red. I'm looking at it from the side. So this is a welcome back again. This is a side view, as if you had just the edge of the papers that you're kind of looking at. So this thing is your top page. So you would have your top page that is like this, and then this thing is gonna be your, god damn it. Do I hate some people? Yes, I do. Why is this the frame? And if I just want to duplicate it, I want it in place. Cool. So this is going to be the bottom frame, and I'm going to change that to blue for the sake of, presentation. And then this is going to be your top frame. It's going to stay red. The thing that I want to showcase is that basically what happens is this section and this section are going to be invisible and behind the content. And what needs to happen is, if I take on the full page in blue for some reason, bitch, I said in blue. in blue right here, thank you for the person check, uh, you would have somehow this section that is to the middle that is hidden underneath. But in order to have the content to be good, you need the content of the story itself to be here. So the entirety of the text, the entirety of the elements, the entirety of everything, all that, the text, the dividers, the names, all of this needs to be on the blue portion as well as on the red portion. So that when they are together, even though there is a bit of a crease right here with the angle, the text is going to match because the portion that is visible from the top and the portion that is visible from the bottom are matching in the exact same point. And so in order to get your transition to be right, this thing is going to need to do this. And basically when you reach the middle point, it's flipping to the next content and it's becoming red, basically, and it's going to end right here. So that's basically how the system is going with the butterfly system, where you have the same content displayed twice on the 3D transform with the middle point being the matching point. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's working. And that means that right here, basically when it's going to start rotating, your secondary one here is getting to the point where what is currently hidden is the next story, and what is currently hidden is the previous story here. And everything is going to rotate in a way that just makes sense. So you end up from here to right there, basically, and your second transition right there is flipping a lot more to here. So your bottom section is going to fully rotate almost 180 degrees. So it's going to be 175 probably, like it's a 5-degree, not even 178 degrees. It's a 2-degree crease. And the other one, the one that is the next in line, isn't. It's going to be just rotating the 4 degrees that needs to happen. Cat, have a good migraine. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. So yeah, I understand that this is a lot more complex than you thought it would be. But if you have the ability to explain this to like Claude or any other LLMs, it could work and it could be easy to put in place. The most important part for this is basically what I have done here. This is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. It is what I have done here. So basically we want the top section, like right now they have just a smidge amount of an angle. You can't see it. It's like a 1/2 degree, but the top portion is gonna fall down, and the rotation that I'm giving it is that whole system. Mateo, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream?
Teabraza is now following.
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And Atakan, welcome on in. So you saw that transition for the top portion that became the bottom portion. That's basically what needs to happen. That's that simple transition in between the two. And you basically have, why do you have so many accounts? You're gonna be flagged as a bot and banned from Twitch because your 3 accounts are from the same device. Be careful with that. Not from my side, but like from Twitch's side. Um, so yeah. So that's the idea. That's the 3 transform that needs to happen, is basically getting the entire thing working. I don't know. I don't know why my ChatGPT icon is the old one. It changes when I'm going in. Like if I get in, it then goes back to the latest one. But if I'm not, it flips back to the previous version. And I don't know why it's doing this, but it's doing it. So yeah, no, it's okay. Someone just wants me to go pee. I see. But yeah, other than that, very much complex, yet not that much complex 3D transform system to get your stories to work. Specifically, if you want to animate them, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. It's just it's a matter of timing, and that's about it. That's about it. Other than that, it's a nice landing page. I don't know if it's going to be matching the vibe that you want. That's my current feeling. I feel like maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's too clean for the old money film Apple TV experience. Like it's not lacking much, but it might be lacking like a small amount of something to make it stand out, to make it more aligned with what you have in your head. And yeah, and then at the bottom, I don't know what you want to have here, which, is fine. But if that is like articles, if it's the layers.to, then yeah, you use that as the episodes of a TV show type of situation. Maybe. Maybe. Mm. Again, the brain is telling me a lot of things right now, as always. But it's just, you would probably have to curate everything that you have on layers to, present them in a way that makes sense. But the difference in between that post and that post and that post, or that one specifically, or this one, is going to be a bit complex to ensure that they match together and that they can be presented and homogeneous when you're looking at them. So Apple.tv is not the thing? No, it is. God dang. So here, for example, there is some sort of a a continuous um, styling with all of the images that they have, and they make sure that the things are going together. Like, I understand that obviously they own a lot of these TV shows, but they make sure that you have like one person, one person, one person, one person, one person, one person, the center of the images, like for most of the things, and then there is like multiple that is enclosing the carousel and making sure that all of these images are roughly the same color scheme. This one is a bit weird because it's the only one that is purple, but most of them are kind of blue. And they have like all of that. They have hands on all of this. You do have the exact same thing, but I don't know if the content that you have here is potentially the best option. Um, so yeah. Also that maybe with what you just said, but uh the thing that I'm seeing here on your own layers of TO profile is that most of it is plan coding for designers, coding for designer, coding for designer, and then Corbin right here. So I don't think it would be beneficial for you to have only plan stuff or only coding for designer stuff. But what I'm seeing here is these are good because they are in a square format. And this one is good because it's an horizontal format. And this one is a square format as well. So you have like formatting consistency and consistencies here and there. But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this could work. This could work. If you have like 4 to 5 projects, as you said, and you just slide through, then yeah. The reason why this works specifically right here, is because from project A to project B, we have a common threads. We have the thing that we see that is transforming into the next one. Like it, you know, it has continuity in between all of the watches, and therefore it's usually just a small amount of changes, which is one of the reasons why I don't understand people with Rolexes specifically, because it's just like they're all the same. It's not the case, but like that's basically what I'm seeing. And so for you, if you have a system that is similar, you would kind of need to have an anchor point in between your projects to make sure that if you swipe from project A to project B, then maybe you have like a similar frame in the center of the image. Easy to do. I'm not saying that this is a bad idea. I think it's easy to do and it's a good idea to showcase the content. But yeah, not not necessarily the thing that you already have. Give me one sec. I need to fix something. That's something right there specifically. Um, good. um, Yeah, with that, I see. Yeah, if it is the iPhones every time, um, then yeah. If you, I mean, specifically if you make them move up and then the frame for a screen move in, and then the screen for the desktop moves out while the iPhones are moving back in from the bottom, then that's a pretty compelling transition. It's pretty clean. I do think this could work. I do think this could work. Um, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I forgot. I know we've done that before. Um, well, it's not down there. That's the thing. When you look at this thing, that's your header, and then you go into project A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then you have your testimonials. You know, I mean, that's basically what it is. So even though it it seems like a lot, if the user decided to go fast, you know, to go through all your projects, then they would arrive on the testimonials as fast as they would have. They just have been kind of stopped in the middle. But it's not that much of a mistake. Um, and again, as a hiring person, I don't really give a shit about the testimonials, and I would rather take a look at your projects than what people have said about you in the beginning. Like the me hiring someone for working with me, working on a project that I'm supposed to work on, but I don't have the time and I'm delegating and so on, is probably gonna say what is or what are your skills, what are you good at? Let me see that first, and then once I know that, okay, cool, you worked on this project specifically, and I think it's a pretty nice overall project. You have like the skills that I need. Let me just, you know, check another one to make sure that I'm not making a mistake. This one seems to be like more aligned with what I'm trying to achieve. It is kind of similar. I understand the goals. I see the whole thing. You know what? I could see this as a benefit. Let me send you an email. Did I reach the testimonials? Not yet. It's probably unlikely that I'm reaching the testimonials to make a decision on who I'm wanting to hire, not hire, and so on. If I go back on the portfolio thing, because that's the easiest for us, let's say I'm gonna use this one because it's right there. I open this, and then I have project A, and I'm like, okay, this is Thumbnail Academy. I don't really give a shit about that. Best Help seems to be interesting and looks like something that would work with me, so I will open it on the side right here. Which is interesting that it's a case study that sent me to Twitter. And then this looks interesting, so I'm gonna go there. And then there, I don't like, what will the client say? These are videos. I will never watch that whatsoever. Um, and then I'm gonna look at the case studies. This is a video again, so I don't really give a shit. And here, this one is interesting. It has interesting design, interesting stuff, and therefore I can just go through that and be like, okay, cool. I have the understanding that I need. This is not someone that I will work with. Let me move on to someone else, and then I would just move on. That's basically what happens. So the testimonials is no. Like it's cool to know that you have worked with people that have references, but no, you know, like this one is potentially closer to what you currently have. Um, so I see this, and then I see the latest work, and I want to see that, so I'm gonna open that on the side. I'm seeing this. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm seeing that this is a pretty cool thing. So now I have to have the password, so fuck off. And now I have to have no password, which is good. But it's just like the presentation that is here. And I get the thing, I see the styling, I see stuff, and I'm like, okay, cool. There is something interesting about it, but it's not like as good as I want it to be. Let me check if they have like more work that is aligned with what I want to have. And yeah, like I'm not even taking the time to read this. Like what others have said, I don't really give a shit. And I know that I've said that before, and I know that it is kind of blunt and specific to me, but if I'm hiring you, I don't care about a lot of things, including yourself. I don't care about you. I would care about the relationship that we could have and the potential that I see in your work. Like that's about it. So my goal is going to be, can I see myself work with you for the thing that I'm trying to hire you for? If that's a yes, then you are probably in the good place. If that's a no, I'm gonna say, can it be swayed? So can I have something that is like, let me look at the project and that project stands out so much, or is exactly what I need to have. Um, like let's say, I don't know, I'm looking for someone is like able to create icons and branding and whatever, and I'm looking for something that is 3D based, and I see that, and I'm like, cool, that's a nice thing. But they had like on the presentation, they had some 3D icons elements for the presentation. I'm like, this is clean enough for me to work with that. I think we need something similar, and therefore I'm pretty good. They are good at illustration. I'm looking for an illustrator. That's pretty nice. We looked at their portfolio first because they are 3D at the top, so we expect we expect them to be able to do some 3D work, which is the case. Therefore, I'm going to call them or send them an email or reply to their emails if they post like they apply to something. But that's about it. Um, like again, the way that we used to hire people in my previous companies was on Dribble, because Dribble was the only thing. And let me show you how it was happening. I don't think I can find that anymore. Like we have the browse profile, but I have a feeling that this is gonna be kind of weird. Right now, because I'm not on the pro team anymore, I don't think I have the ability to do the thing that I wanted to do. But we were doing switching location and go in um like finding people in the very specific locations. And then from there, what was happening was this. You look at this row, if it matched with you and the thing that you're trying to hire them for, you click on the profile. If that's not the case, you move on. So I have looked at profiles for days to just go through things, then figure out that this one was good, clicked on it to check what they have done. And then if they were good enough for what I wanted to have, send them a DM. Or if they had their email somewhere, send them an email. But that's basically what happens. Like it's just, I click on the profile, I look at the things, they are good. I'm sending in them like an email, or I find a way to get access to them through Twitter, so from something else. But that's it. Like the amount of time that the portfolio and the website of the person was sent to me, and my first instinct was to scroll down, click on the dribble icon instead of reading whatever was on the site, is telling. It is telling you a bit of the way that we were using these platforms. This is not the case anymore. We don't go through dribbles because most people are not as active as they used to be on dribble. So we don't have like latest work, but we're doing the exact same thing with Twitter. It's basically, oh, do you have a Twitter account? Let me go check what you have posted. Um, because it is going to give me a lot more information than your curated collection of stuff. So, nonetheless, that's basically what I mean with the testimonials and the things on your end. I do think it's going to be useful and it's nice to have, but don't spend too much time on it. Like don't think that they are too low or too high or not in the way or some things. Um, but yeah. Um, so that's the thing. For that being a portfolio, being something that you want me to hire you from, I want to know what you've done. Like I want to see what you've done, what you've worked on, what you're proud of, what makes you happy in terms of the project, that you are showcasing and so on. If you're not giving me some information about, or specifically more importantly, if you are showing me something that you don't like, why? Why? Nonetheless, this with the sliding thing that you shared is, I think, a good idea. Very simple. It works. You have like your five to, I would say 3 to 4 projects. Five might be a bit more much. Um, and then you have the stories, and then you may have some of the other thing that you had underneath with that section, or maybe you have like a contact me footer, something that is a bit bigger than what you currently have. Maybe. And then it's good. It's a good system. It's working. But yeah, you are in the, I think you are in the last run of figuring out exactly what you need to add. Um, boy. Again, I think it might be too clean. I'm gonna need to go pee now. 1 second. The last thing that I would say, I guess, it's never gonna be the last thing, but the last thing that I would say when it comes to focusing on the layout is layout is never has never been, will never be the hard part in the portfolio of anyone. It's the thing that people struggle with, me included, is the content. We never fucking know what to put in there. And that's the truth. So the case studies, the presentations, the layout of the case study in questions, the specifics is what is taking ages. The layout of the page, I mean, specifically the front page, we don't really give a shit. It's whatever works. And as long as we are happy with the landing page, it's fine. So, you know, something like that is interesting. That's a fat ass. That is a fat ass footer, though. God damn. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is cute, but it might not work with you. I like it though. I like it. Yeah, I mean, why not just, you know, put it first? Yeah. Nonetheless, that remains the same. I do believe that the content is what is going to be the worst thing. And again, the reason why the Twitter that we were on a second ago was sending me to Twitter um, page or to the live website is probably the reason. We don't want to do this. we we don't we don't want to do all of that. I don't want to spend the time and figure out exactly all of that. But then when you look at this one specifically, the only content that was defined for this specific page is this. The rest of the project is what was basically sent to the client as branding assets. And that's about it. So, you know, like you just have that at the top, and then the rest of the content is going to be just that. But this one is a lot more complex, apparently. Like it's a different layout. So the thing that you will need to spend time on is what is going to be there. And this is something that is similar to what you currently have on your current website. Similar layout, similar stuff. It's just like image by image and so on. But yeah, like defining the content of the case studies and the presentation of the project that you want to showcase is the thing that is taking 6 years to some designers. So yeah. Yes and no. So there is interest on both sides every time. Your research is really useful and insightful for anyone that is looking for you as a like as a full product designer. But the research is useful and the research is necessary in some cases for some type of jobs. For other types of jobs, if you just showcase the visuals, then you're good. And depending on what you're trying to achieve, then you will need both. And based on what we talked about last week, the fact that you want to be in a lead position that is probably potentially going to be helping other teammates, making decision at a company level, impacting the rest of the livelihood of the companies and so on. The fact that you have skills for research is something that is going to be necessary. However, the way that you are presenting it might be the the thing that you need to change. So right now, I don't know who they are and what they do, but um, if let me check the case study on that. If they are showcasing the research, the reasoning, the interest, and so on, all of that might be what you currently classify as research that you would remove. And that might be the case, that might not be the case. I don't know. Depends on you, depends on what you're trying to achieve. But you know, like there is a ton of research on this one because most of this work piece is to my standards a research piece. So you know, it's interesting that this is the same project that we have seen a second ago on someone else's profile. That's fun. That's interesting. We saw the Figma prototype earlier from someone else, and now it's on this person's um, presentation. Anyways, small details, small stuff. So yeah, the overall way and the overall thing that I'm saying is just it makes sense to keep the research because the research is useful for some people. It makes sense to remove it because, you know, um, doesn't make a lot of sense. Uh, yes and no. So yes, because these would probably have a lot more creativity and a lot more attempting things to, you know, create these transition in between the sections, some of the shaders, some of the effect that we used to do in 2013 right now, like these things, to have your images inside of your cards and so on. But um, it's I mean, I'm saying this every time, and it's not what you want to hear. I know, but you need to listen to what you don't want to hear. If, and I know this is not your ID, and you don't want to go full on with that thing. If you present me your portfolio like this, and I'm looking for UI designer, product designers that does work in iPhones, iPads, desktop app. The second I see this, I probably close the thing before I scroll. Like it's just, oh yeah, that person is not exactly what I'm looking for. Like it's there is no question. Like that type of presentation is like, okay, cool, they are a game dev or a game designer. I'm far off. Like I'm out. There is from just the feel of what it is. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't care about that. Going back to what I shared earlier on Discord, um, with that specific home blog things from 2006. I can see, based on that title, that they are creating and working with user interface. But if I open a portfolio, which is not a portfolio, but if I open a portfolio here and it was like, that's what they are like kind of working with, I don't think I'm gonna hire them because this doesn't make a lot of sense. This is not the type of UI I would have within my own thing, and it looks very much dated, which is the case because this was like an article from 2019 or 2009. You know, I'm probably gonna close the thing really fast, even though if I go on their Twitter or on their Dribble, on other things where we have like more recent content, I would hire them in a heartbeat because I know like the type of illustration they do, the type of capabilities that they have in terms of creativity in UI. And if that is what I'm looking for, then I'm gonna send them a DM and see if they are willing to work with me. But if I go onto their website, then that's not necessarily the thing. So that's the thing. There is a bit of a fine line specifically for your portfolio where you want to ensure that the person that is watching it for the first time knows exactly who you are, what you do, and what you are good for. God damn it.
Props
Props.
underscore TV raided my stream with 44 viewers.
Well, come on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope your stream was good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer, so if you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. Jesus, welcome on in. Meezy, welcome back. Props, welcome on in. It's going okay. It's going okay. PTZ, welcome on in. This, again, was supposed to switch. Apparently, that switch didn't work. I don't know why. I don't know why. We stayed there. We stayed there. Thanks for the shout out, Stony. I appreciate it. How's the styles.chat or chat.styles? Styles.chat. Chatstyles.gg. That thing, yes. How's that going? Is that still the thing? Are you happy with it? I'm guessing you probably are.
PTZ underscore
God damn.
underscore just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Are you still working on it, or are you working on something else? At this time. Ooh, that's new. Also, I see that that's me. Why? Why? That's me. God damn. This is still there. That's interesting. That's a new system, as far as I remember. I'm seeing a ton of other things. I see some of the details we talked about last time, which is good. I'm just looking at the page. I see a lot of things that, you know, are changing. Like, I like this as a concept. It's pretty nice to see. And, you know, it's a nice idea. Makes sense. It makes sense. Let me go back on the fucking... Why am I even bothering at this point. I don't understand how this is working. You can click on customize directly, but then you don't end up with the thing. You need to activate that to get that. I am so looking at things every time and breaking everything. I'm sorry about this. I am sorry about this. It happens every single time. And now it's working on this one, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Um, I noticed earlier last week that you had changed some of that, and I think you've done a great job at the presentation from not having like the whole thing like we had earlier. So that's a nice change. I do like this a lot. And then obviously because, you know, I'm checking things, you don't have it like just go, just go. Yeah. No, this is cool. This is cool. There is a ton of things that just makes no sense when it comes to like simplify and so on. But yeah. But good job, nonetheless. Good job. And again, thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. This is good. This is good. It's a bit of a complex thing. I fear, which again, I praise you for this, and I think you've done a really good job on this one. I fear that this is the take that as bad or as well as you want. I fear this is the stream element implementation, which means that you don't really have the best experience when you're going to edit the code for your widgets. So yeah, it's better than nothing, but it's goddamn it's complicated. But yeah, no, you did good. You have a lot of new stuff and additional elements, which is good. So that's neat. Though, yeah, it makes sense. It's working, you know. Doing its job. And also, Mizzy, yeah, no, there is no stream scheme things on my end because I'm using a different chat, which is still not there, by the way. Um, no, Denny, I don't think I don't think I have seen that. I don't think I have seen that. Rebrand for what? Do you remember? Because maybe I see, but maybe I don't. But you're talking about tennis and grass, and therefore I'm like every fucking tennis ads ever. So I don't know. But yeah, in the templates, I feel like I have a feeling, props, that you asked me if you could duplicate mine at some point, and I don't see it, so I'm sad about it. But nonetheless, what else are you working on this thing specifically? I'm guessing there is like a ton of back end and you know related activities that is not like front end. That's what back end is, bitch. Uh, Yeah, it's probably going in the background that you need to do in order to make this entire thing working. But yeah, I don't know if um I mean I kind of do. We talked about that in the past. I think we had not met each other yet on stream. So I'm gonna talk about it for a split second because it is an interesting concept. Where a while ago, it's been like 3 years now, we on this stream had a concept of the chat being on the side. You know, that makes a lot of sense. Um, like here, and having the chat right there to when I'm chatting, and then switching to an horizontal bar when I go here, which is one of the reasons why there is space underneath the Mac, because it's just like it's how it goes. Um, and the thing that we had was this a style switching that was going from column based to row based with the transition of the scene. So while the scene was transitioning, the chat bubbles were stacking horizontally instead of vertically by just flattening out in a different way. So that's a potentially interesting thing, way more complex to put in place. And I'm not saying that this is something that you should do, but I know that you already have the vertical thing and the horizontal one as an option. So switching between the two, you know, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. But it's also like a pain in the ass to put in place, and you need to have a trigger when it comes to the presentation and the understanding of like what is a scene switch, how does it work, what is it linked to, and so on. So that's yeah, basically. Basically. Um oof. Everything has a hover effect. Damn. Uh I mean, it's fine. It's very AI generated. You can tell by the fonts, the placements, the colors, um, the choices of hover right here is a very AI generated hover. Not that it's bad, but you know, it's a tell. The fact that these three are not aligned and that these ones are aligned and the rest is aligned is also like kind of complex and not necessarily good. Like it makes these three out of place. Um, then you have the regular behavior issue, meaning that right now I switch from home to about to services without, you know, switching things. So that's kind of sad. You really have like a ton of hover effects. That's what I would say. Where most of your stuff has a hover, but sometimes you don't need to. And then you said that you have a ton of like it's a full website and there is a lot of pages, which is true, but the home page should contain your about section somewhere, your services as well, which you kind of already have. Like these things are right there, so I don't know if it makes any fucking sense. to have both. Like you could remove that page entirely. Have a good touching grass time, Lenny. Take care of yourself. The portfolio is also like you also have it right there. You just don't have the other three. So, like that's the thing. And then your process is the only thing that you don't have. So you might want to reduce the amount of pages to have home that contains about like a bit lower in the page, services that don't make any fucking sense because you already have them in the home page. Portfolio as well. If you are limited to 6 projects, then just display the 6 projects. Why not? If you are going to above 6 or 8, then yeah, get a page. Process is the only thing that is standing out, and in the contact is something that you should have in the homepage at the footer level, like basically around here, so that people that have read the entire thing can contact you like right away. That makes a lot more sense. So I would reduce half of the pages for sure. The let's talk and the contact is the same thing, so that makes absolutely no sense. Um, and overall good, not great, but because I haven't read shit, I don't know exactly what would be great. Um, but yeah, it looks template-y to me, if that speaks to you, in the sense that these buttons look like kind of the base buttons. The background is not animated. Not that it needs to be animated, but it's not animated. These one looks like out of a template, and again, they are like Replit-based AI generated layouts, so it makes sense that they look template-y, but it's just like this is the only thing that is out there. Different design, different layouts, different thinking. Other than that, yeah. And if that is your process, and you send me to process here, and you only have 3 steps, then you can 100% get the content of these steps within your process section right there. So, with all of that in mind, the only thing that you need to have a dedicated page for is the portfolio if you have more than 6 projects. And currently you have 6 projects. So I would just have a 1-pager and a let's talk button, and that's it. I wouldn't even bother with the rest, and potentially have the portfolio if you pass the 6-point project. But other than that, so if you want a rating out of 10, 6 ish, 5.5, 6. Because it's too templated, it has too much pages that doesn't need to exist. I mean, that drops at a 0.5. And there is a lot of information that not necessarily needs to exist. So, yeah, other than that, it's fine. It is fine. What needs to happen? It is what needs to happen. But yeah. Makes sense. Also, the logo has that subline that you wouldn't have been able to read at the size of the logo right here. So there's a need for refining on this, maybe making it bigger or changing the logo itself to something that is just like easier to understand. Other than that, yeah. So yeah, but you can just use the logo itself without the subline, because right now the subline is not readable. So if you designed it yourself, then it's just like ensuring that, it's feasible, usable, and so on. These are cute though. Hey, That's a lot of customization props on these. Mm. Did you remove that? I have a memory that you could click on things. Like you could click on the badges, click on the things to basically open these. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Probably I'm wrong. I don't know. Just interesting. What is this? This doesn't make any sense. That notification is from an app that I haven't opened in 2 years. That's crazy. That is crazy. Um, yeah, unless you have like specific thing that I can take a look at. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No. This one is what I kind of wanted to talk about earlier because it is interesting. It has like a ton of fonts that are neat. And again, the trials font is what I've been downloading for the past few days. Uh, all of that is going to just ask you to give your company name and your address emails, and then you get all of the characters for some of the fonts that they have so that you can make sure that the things are working. And so you can check with your client that this is going to work, this is not going to work. You can just have like attempts, which is really cool and really useful, specifically when you have something like this that is like a potential good logo option for the details and so on. That yeah, we like it. It's a nice system. Um, they have like a ton of presentation as well, which I like. So it's fun. It's fun, nonetheless. Details. There is a ton of fonts in there, and we like when we have a ton of fonts. As I said in the title of today's stream, I have just added 75 new fonts to my collections. Um, that's a lot. That is a lot. Other than that, I'm kind of sad that I don't have anything to share about the can app or the perfume app because it I can't update them yet. And then I'm also kind of sad that I can't share with you the project with that client that I'm working with because they want to stay stealth when it comes to the content of the project. And therefore, if I show you the thing, I'm going to talk about it. And if I start talking about it, I'm going to say things that I'm not supposed to say. So, with that in mind, I am not going to do that. Nonetheless, nonetheless, um, Stony, I don't remember if you said something about there having some updates happening or no updates happening. I don't know why my brain is freezing here. And then feels I'm guessing you're probably at work now. I need to check if the landing page is somewhere in one of your repos. I would love to get access to it so that I can just get a stab at it. Or maybe you have put it in the repo, in the main repo. I don't know. But yeah, I will need to check that out, but that will be for next time. That will be for next time. Am I sending you to James? Maybe. I feel like James would be fun at that point. But yeah, that's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be the thing. I'm sending you to James. It's been a while. Um, you're working on cast.nomercy.tv. That's yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, Pat, we're calling. What? Come on in. The cast no mercy.tv is a simple system. Is it basically just uh like airdrop kind of thing where you can just go to that specific website and cast your server from there? Is that the thing? Oh, I see. I see. You're crazy. Like crazy, crazy with a that. I don't know who made that effect right there, but it's pretty cool. Mmm. It looks nice. It looks tasty. Big beans. Um, that's nice. That is nice. Which means that basically, if you have a TV and you have a browser on the TV, you can just access cast.nomercy.tv and then cast from your phone to the TV if it doesn't have the app in, I guess. It's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Nonetheless. Yeah. That's nice. That is nice. God damn. I am so tired. It's crazy. It is crazy. Holy shit. Oh, so it switches automatically. That's cool. I mean, that's better. Obviously. That is better. That's a good option. That is a good option. This is broken in a way that it's not supposed to be broken, but it is broken, so yeah. I think you have probably a better option for things, but just the only thing that is bad about your project at the same time is simply you need the files somewhere. Whereas Netflix, for example, I'm getting the subscription, and therefore what I need to have, or what I need to have, is simply the account, and then I have the content. Whereas for you, because it's my content, I'm supposed to have the files somewhere. So I'm supposed to have the storage and manage the storage and do all of that on my own. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Nonetheless, I don't think you can. In the sense that you don't have the licenses to the medias. Like what I'm saying, you need the storage. I mean, you need the storage to be um, available on your computer for your servers, but you also need the media and the the files. Whereas if you do it as a subscription, you would be distributing, and that is not allowed. Distributing the servers, like providing hosting spaces and having the servers that is cloud-based as a subscription, yes, 100%. What I'm saying is just like you have the cloud-based version, and when someone subscribe, then they have access to the files. That's the thing. Um, yeah, and you would need to get access to the licenses to the media, and the thing that is not good is that basically your license to the media is limited per countries based on the current state of media distribution that we have. So basically, you wouldn't be able to unless you have an entity in any country and you are paying the licenses in every country's for everything, and that's bad. I mean, that's too much money. So yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. But yeah, that's the things. Um, yeah, I mean, one of the things that I have never understood, and this is probably something that is like unrelated, related. Um, Netflix, as a reference, provides me with the French catalog of content. But if I VPN myself to Japan, I get access to the Japanese catalog of content because Netflix sees me as someone that is currently in Japan, and therefore I have the Japanese offering for the catalog. What I don't understand is why wouldn't they display the catalog for everything that they have access to in every country for everyone all the times? Like, I don't understand what is stopping them from doing so. Like, is it the fact that they have a license deal in one country that is conflicting with the one that they have in another? Or is it the license in one country for media A is held by company B in a different country, and therefore there is conflict of interest, and they can't license the thing there because that media B or that company B is holding the license there. Like it's a bit of a weird thing because if I can access as a user, if I can access everything all the time with no questions and just be like, well, I'm just gonna plug myself to um, to Japan and get access to the Japanese catalog and see the content that is in Japan, then you're not really restricting anything because it's just like I got access to it. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing to me. But then again, I am very weird when it comes to restrictions and licenses. So, like, if you have access to the thing, you have access to the thing. That's about it. So I'm with you on that point. But that's it. Like to me, it shouldn't be like a country-based licensing. Um, it's I mean, again, the thing that I drafted out last time um, is the safest of safest, meaning that you have an affiliate link with Amazon or any physical media distribution, meaning that you have the license to distribute the media in a physical form. And when someone wants to get access to one of the media, they get the physical form as well. And because it is delivered to them, then they have the rights, and that would be good. Which means that for you to get access to all the media, you would need a physical copy of every single movies and TV shows and things in every single countries in which you want to operate. So you would need a warehouse with the physical medias that are just delivered there so that you have the license and therefore you can use them as a server accessed thing because you have the digital version. But I mean, I get it. It's a pain in the ass. And I understand that this is something that is going to take a long time to figure out. The Going back to what I was saying to Denny earlier, is like basically the most complicated things is the content, and for you the most complicated things is the license. So yeah. Now switch to mirroring my GitHub project on my own hardware using an instance of Forge. Same applies to media simply to be more flexible. Many subscription cancelled and everything made more decentralized instead of with a handful of providers. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, again, I should be here so that you have the not a dev right there. Not that it matters, but it's right there. But since I've been building my own apps with Cursor and other AI assisted IDs, and basically using cloud AI that is costing me a ton of money on a yearly basis, I have been more and more interested in self-hosting for most of the services that I'm using for the software and the thing that I have at home, but also for some of my projects to have like my own mini PC that serves as my database that is just pinged when needed, not a thing where the users are going to be, but like things like hosting a database of content that is only accessible when necessary, like when pinged, but most of the things is on the user device. It makes sense to put it inside of a self-hosted Superbase / convex environment. And I've been having like NA10, some Superbase stuff, some Tailscale, like self-hosted stuff in place in the past few months, I guess, just because of the amount of subscription prices and the money that I'm spending on these. So I understand that moving away from a cloud-based, as in third-party companies cloud-based, where you need to pay a subscription to get access to your own subscription with your own hardware, then it makes sense. Kane, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the task going? So yeah, maybe that will happen at some point, where I would have like a lot more content, a lot more stuff to showcase, to, have like my own self-hosted services. But right now, that's not the case. It is complicated. I don't have the skills and I don't have the tokens. which means I don't have the money. Can you remind me, Kane, what you want to do with the CMS thingy? And why did you build a CMS thingy? There is so many CMS options that exist that can, again, going back to the exact discussion, there is a ton of CMS that you can self-host and have on your own hardware somewhere to manage your own content. If you have like a domain names with hosting, you can put that there. So I'm really interested in that. But yeah, I mean, technically, didn't you install the things in on Lovable whatever to make it work? But yeah, at some point, I feel like yeah, no, I get it. It's simplicity. It is simplicity. I feel like if you had that on your own hardware as a thing that is running locally instead of having it run through lovable servers, it might be a bit of a better thing. Similar to what I have with the Zo computer thing, I have a feeling that right now I'm on the free tier, and the free tier is not gonna remain free forever, based on the fact that this is a computer online that is like not self-hosted, but like they host the entire thing, and I have access to an AI model that I can run on their own device. So all of that means that I basically have a lot of inference that I can use through them. All of that is complicated to maintain for free for a long time. So yeah, um, yeah, it's the issue. Like I I want to run everything on my own device because everything else costs so much, and I want everyone else to run everything on their own device because everything else costs so much. And right now, I am um, eyeing this. I kind of showcased that before, but this one is not gonna. This one is not gonna load. Oh my god! I'm eyeing this because because it needs to. But the thing is, um, the one that I want in order to make everything run when it needs to run and so on is like the M5 Max is not even going to be good enough for what I need for processing streams and so on. But it's going to cost me so much that I don't I don't want to. But then again, the main reason why I'm looking at it in Japan is that this amount is cheap as fuck. If you are someone that is looking at the prices of Macs lately, um, this is uh, this is 4,700, you know, and I feel like I'm doing this every single week. Uh, this is equivalent to 4,700 for the maxed out current Mac Pro or MacBook Pro. And the thing that is fun is that if I go in the French one, which is apparently not gonna work. And I do the exact same thing with no, no difference whatsoever, just maxed out for everything because no need to do anything different. The same, the same thing. The same thing in Japan is 4,000 bucks. And if I just buy it in France, that's not gonna happen. So yeah, as I mentioned, like this is easier for me to just buy a plane ticket, which is like 500 bucks. So, we add 500 bucks to this for the going there, and then we add roughly 1,000 bucks for, let's say, the staying there for the months. Um, it's still cheaper. It is crazy. So yeah, everything is costing so much. But it's good hardware for me at least. So I like that. Um, yeah, like the one that I have right now is one that I bought in 2020, I think. Yeah, 2020 or 2021, roughly, because the previous one basically broke. Like it's just one day it just decided to say, "Yo, fuck you," and then nothing worked anymore. So that happened. So it's a 6 years old ish, let's say five, just for the sake of five, and I paid I think 4.7 again. So basically 5K. So it's 1,000 bucks per year of usage, and that's just like using it every day. And so 1,000 bucks per year is not a lot. Like it's not that much money. It is, but it's not that much. And on that whole thing, I have worked with the computer to make up some money, and that ended up being similar in terms of what I gained. So I basically financed the entire thing over 5 years, and it's paid for. So now if I can change it, good. Specifically because I can also change it and replace it with a new one and get like a trade-in discount on top of that. So that's a lot of things. So yeah, it will probably happen. I need to use that, but I need the thing to be able to run local LLMs based on what I'm currently doing. And in order to do that, I need to bump the fucking RAM to like the max value. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. So yeah. Um yeah, it is the same here. This one has been deducted from the, I mean, not really, but like deducted from the taxes from the company that I have over the first 3 years. So the 4K, 5K that I spent were split as deficit for the first years. And yeah, and now basically because I'm arriving at the end of that financing system, buying a new one is going to be the same for the next 3 years. So I'm gonna be in the negative a lot, which is good with the company that I have, like the company system that I have, which means that I'm only taxed on actual profit. not just revenue, which is good. So yeah, you know. But I do love. I mean, I can't I can't speak too much about that. I feel like a lot of devs, a lot of you that came in with props raid are not necessarily Mac people. I I've been a Mac person since I was born, and I have a PC, and I hate it. I have one mini PC that is running Mint Linux just for the sake of having it as a home lab server. And the main PC that is on my right now is just running Windows, and I hate it every time. But that is because I've been born and raised into macOS. So my home is just macOS since uh, yeah, the 90s. So it's been a while. It's been a while. I had the first black and white macOS. So yeah, it's a different interface. It makes sense to me. Plaza, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, I I do think that again, Windows is very good and macOS is very good. They just have different use cases. And if you are someone that fits the use case of Windows, then Windows is going to be the best fit for you. If you're someone that fits the best case for macOS, then macOS is going to be the best fit for you. And Linux is the other like further on the side, which is whatever you can do. It's very fun for one thing. I right there. Let me just show you this thing because it's the funniest. It's the funniest thing I've seen. Um, you know, it's my request to the Windows and macOS users: switch to Linux. You'll never regret it. And then they say, take a look at Fedora and what we currently have right now. Which I get it. It's impressive. It's working. It's fluid and so on. And then the person that I like the tweet of is this one, where that video is just exactly how you feel when you watch their Fedora presentation. It's just like, yeah, glowing effects, 3D transitions, and it's just like, yeah, that doesn't mean that it's good. It's uh, it's just effects. It's bloat on top of everything. So it's funny. Anyways, but yeah, that is the situation, at least for me. From my point of view, Linux is kind of weird. Nonetheless, macOS is for me. It's for the people that don't want to tinker too much. It's great. Windows is great when you want to do whatever the fuck you want, and Linux is great when you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, uh, get the fuck out of Linux. Like, you are going to break shit, and you're going to basically lose some data. Um, so yeah, that is crazy. Stony, I'm sorry to hear that again. But yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, for me, the thing that I'm like, what do I use? As a designer, there are some tools that are macOS only that obviously I can't have anywhere else. As a streamer, there are some tools that are Windows only that I can't use on macOS, and that's the reason why my PC is currently running, but apparently it's not working at that instant. Things are absolutely broken. I have tried to make this thing start, but for the past, I don't know, 2 hours, it's been broken. Um, but there are something that are supposed to run on the PC because the Mac cannot run them, as in voice control, for example, are supposed to run on the PC. The Mac can't do that, and so on. So I'm using everything, and on my own house, I have, again, a Mac that is my main thing, a PC that is my secondary for watching Netflix and other things while I'm working on the Mac, and then my Linux home lab because it's the easiest version to have, like the lightest version of a system on a smaller computer. And then I have my two Android phones and my iPhones to test stuff. So I have everything because I'm building apps and products that needs to be checked on whatever hardware I can find. So, that's the thing. Some softwares are going to be available on one platforms and not on others, and therefore I need to have that. Like I have an iPad for the same reason. Um, like Procreate is basically an iPad thing, so I need that. But yeah, um, I do. I do know where you live. Um, yeah, I would say in a bit more of a company thing, or company settings, you would be roughly the back end and the system and the hardware and the thing that needs to run from the company side is gonna run on servers that can run whatever, and usually it's gonna be either Windows or Linux because this is the thing that will run most. But I have seen some companies that needed to have macOS run on their servers, and that's why we had at some point the Mac rack. If you remember, it's been a while. But yeah, the Mac rack is the thing that we used to have, like Mac servers, and the small towers that they used to do in 2000 something. I forgot when. The white one, the teeny tiny ones. Just because you needed like an Apple ID and a proper macOS system to run the thing that they needed. So yeah, it really depends. I do think that right now, based on VMs and all of the other thing that we can have on host servers, Hetzner and so on, um, you should be able to run whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want. And the best still platform as a base support to run everything is going to be Linux, because a Linux machine can run a VM of a macOS machines and a VM of a Windows machine as well. Whereas a Windows machine running a VM of a macOS is going to be kind of tricky at times, but feasible. However, the other way around, macOS running VMs for Windows is going to be really hard right now with the new silicons, unless you use Windows on ARM, which is unstable, but feasible, but unstable. So it's a pain in the ass nonetheless. So I would rather have three computers, as I do right now, to be able to do whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want it. But yeah, that's the that's the thing. That is the thing. Nonetheless, I need a I need to send you somewhere. um, yeah, it's um, it's interesting. I used to be in mechanics, so it's interesting that you were in automotive. Not as well, but similar, nonetheless. Not identical. Coffee then code is currently live. We have people that we don't know that are currently live. Do we know someone that is currently live that you want to go to? Otherwise, Coffee and Code is going to be it. But yeah, I need to send you to people. I need to send you to people. Stony, while you are in the smokes. You wanna... God damn. Can I type? That would be appreciated if I could type. 5 seconds, 15 seconds, depending. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. I highly appreciate it. I have things to do, clients to work with, and so on. So as always, if you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord, ask that there. I will answer when I can. If for some reason you have a big perfume collection, use that. If you have a big link collection, use that. And if you are learning Japanese, use that. A lot of links. A lot of links. Nonetheless, I should be back on Friday. I hope the things are going to be fixed because officially the work down the street is supposed to be done today. So I hope it's going to be fine, but I should be back on Friday at 1:30 Paris time. And yeah, as always, Fridays are review days. So if you have a product that you want me to take a look at in more details and take a lot more time on that, feel free to join, share it in the chat, and we'll have a look. But yeah, as always, drink something, eat something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all on Friday. Bye.